What's up, Sat? Yeah, 105 of this bitch. 23rd of Nissan 5796, Friday, April 10th. Dude, you didn't do the thing yesterday. Whatever, it's a pain in the ass anyway. Figured out about that, I'm not going to check and show them on myself. Final. Let's see for Omer. Blessed are you, Shema, God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us with his commandments, commanded us, kind of spending the counting of the Omer. Today is 8 days. Today is 8 days, which is known as one day of the Omer. 9. Figured out and I am not going to check and show them on myself. Final. Also for Omer. Blessed are you, Shema, God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us with his commandments, and commanded us concerning the counting of the Omer. Today is 9 days, which is 1 week, and 2 days of the Omer. That's a cool story, Rabbi. I know. $37.61 creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve, Chava. 36:31 1:30 Seth, son of Adam, was born. 35:26 2:35 Enosh, son of Seth, was born. This is a tight story too. Savannah, where's your coffee? That's coming. Yeah, really. Oh man, what's my thing called? What's my fucking phrase? Continuous human data infrastructure. West Side. I'm the biggest CHDI motherfucker of all time. Really? Oh, that. Oh, look at that motherfucker. That motherfucker's the king of CDHI. I'd be like, fuck yeah. No. That motherfucker's the king of CHDI of all time. Like, I know. Like, oh, the motherfucker's sick as fuck. And then that one guy's like, oh. Man, it's a shame that people don't get paid for memes. Can you imagine how much money some motherfuckers make in this guy?
handled was on some level Christian Kabbalah and Lurianic Kabbalah. And I always look back on how I handle Lurianic Kabbalah, and there's always a problem with teaching it. And the problem with teaching it goes like this: is that either you go too thin or you go too thick. And I always feel like I go too thin, and then sometimes when I feel like I go too thick on Lurianic Kabbalah, I lose people. And even a very thin overview, I think, loses people really rapidly. It's just such a it requires such a heavy amount of background knowledge in Kabbalah to really get a handle on it. And so there's just no right way of covering it without sort of doing an entire class on it. But the main recaps from last time is that by the 15th century, Kabbalah is spreading. It's moving. It's moving not just within the Jewish community, but it's also moving outside the Jewish community. Especially Christians are picking up Kabbalah. And they're doing their own kind of Christian Kabbalah. They're taking Kabbalah from their Jewish neighbors. They're hiring converted Jews to translate text for them, folks like Rhesius and Flavius Mithridates. And so Christian Kabbalah becomes a part of this larger Renaissance movement of trying to mine older traditions for these perennial truths. In that process of mining those older traditions for perennial truths, it's going to build up a philosophy that sometimes gets referred to as esotericism or Christian mysticism, specifically in the occult mode. And this form of Christian Kabbalah is going to eventually become a whole thing to itself. The Christians are going to kind of run with Kabbalah. They're going to adopt ideas from it, and eventually what's going to emerge is kind of what's sometimes referred to as the Hermetic Kabbalah, which is a form of Kabbalah that mixes occult ideas and Christian mysticism ideas and Jewish ideas into one synthetic thing, and this becomes the groundwork for what is now called Western esotericism. So, in many ways, Kabbalah gets a life of its own in the Christian world and eventually becomes its own form of mysticism, completely independent of Judaism. Of course, the big form of Kabbalah that develops at this time is the Lurianic Kabbalah. And just to go as a refresher back over to what we covered last time, because it's been a couple of weeks since Kippur in the way. But the big ideas in Lurianic Kabbalah is that Luria is going to really, really focus in on the mythological structure of reality. He's very concerned with how reality comes to be, how it is that God comes to be all of reality. This is a very pantheistic or panentheistic, whatever shade of flavor of that you want to go with. But he's really concerned with the descent of the universe, how the universe comes into being, and he develops, Cordovera helped develop before him with the idea of the 4 or 5 worlds, depending on how you want to count them. Then you have these various levels of reality, and what ends up happening is that at every level of reality, there are more sphirot, more and more sphirot. If you ever come to the house, I can show you a book I have called the Ilan HaGadol, which is a kind of a map of reality according to the classic Lurianic take, where you have this enormously complicated system of sphirot within sphirot within sphirot. So if you ever come to the house and you want to see this book, I'll pull it up and show you, but it becomes this incredibly Byzantine system of sphirot within sphirot, very Baroque, I suppose you could say. But the big ideas, right, are this idea that God retracted some of God's self into a kind of divine void, and that divine void is filled with divine light, which shatters vessels inside of it, and this leads to a kind of cosmic tragedy, and that cosmic tragedy is repaired, it's subject to tikkun, and the process of tikkun is accomplished by Jews basically maintaining the Torah, Jews maintaining strict observance to Jewish law, and by that strict observance of Jewish law, the metaphysical realities, various realities are repaired, they undergo tikkun olam, and that paved the way for the Messiah. And so the messianic idea, and this is going to be a big deal tonight, the messianic idea in Kabbalah begins to really heavily alter during the period of Lurianic Kabbalah, and it becomes less the idea that God has picked someone to become the Messiah and is sort of thrown into history as the Messiah, and is sort of made Messiah before all time, sort of like Jesus is. Rather, Messiah is something that you can become, that you can become Messiah by becoming sufficiently righteous and sufficiently metaphysically able to manipulate reality in the interest of this tikkun process. And so you have a lot of ideas of exile and redemption in Lurianic Kabbalah that become very important in just a bit. And so what's going on in Lurian Kabbalah is a radical renovation and systematization of Kabbalah as it's been inherited through the past several hundred years. Remember that the Sacred Zohar was only basically written down or published beginning in the 1270s, and that we're now in the 15th, late 16th century, and it's in the 16th century that Lurianic Kabbalah will come about. So it's been about 300 years since the development of the Kabbalah, and so 300 years is quite a long time. And it's in this 300-year period that the Kabbalah really undergoes its major systematization, and also its major systems theory. And that major systems theory is the one of Itzhak Luria. Now, again, I just want to drive this point home. Itzhak Luria did not leave us a system. He left us a bunch of teachings to a bunch of students, and those students don't even agree about exactly what his teachings were. Chaim Vital, his most famous student, leaves us one system of teachings. His earlier student, Israel Sarub, who doesn't really get any press these days for whatever reason, but he published another system first. It's very different than Chaim Vital. So the question is, what is the real Lurianic Kabbalah? And the answer to that is, we don't know. We don't know what Luria taught. Luria didn't write much down, and what he did write down, mostly just poetry and stuff. And so we actually don't have Luria's teachings. What we have are his students repeating his teachings many, many years later. And so how much of that is a game of telephone? That's a good question, and we actually don't know. In fact, even the main body of work that represents Itzhak Luria's teaching that went on to become Lurianic Kabbalah, a book called Eitz Chaim by Chaim Vital, that book was never even intended for publication. Chaim Vital actually tried to hide it. And it was actually illicitly kind of stolen from him and then published without his consent. And so it's not even clear that that book is even meant to be a systematic representation of Luria's teachings. So it's a mess. It's just a mess. And so often people teach Kabbalah as the definitive Kabbalah. You go to the Kabbalah Center, you learn the Kabbalah, you learn this definitive. That's completely not possible. The Kabbalah is a mess from an academic point of view, at least. And as you study it, you realize there are lots of different systems out there in the historical record, and they don't agree with each other. They don't really agree at all. It seems to is a big problem. It's exactly how this seems to happen. The degree to which, when God Simsums does everything come out into the vacuum, is everything pulled out of the boiler, stuff left behind, is stuff left behind, what's left behind, it's just a bit of a mess. Let's get into it. And what I want to say is two things. One thing is I'm going to be talking a little differently than what the slides are saying. So there's going to be a lot more information on the slides than what I say. So that's one thing that will be importantly different about this talk than other talks. And the reason why that is there's just so much information that I want to get out about Shabbat Tzvi, and that I can only put it in the slides. But if I talk about all of this, we would be here all night. So there's a lot more information on the slides than is on that I'll be talking about. But I want to make sure the slides are there. So if you want to read the slides as they go, you'll get out a lot more information from there. So that's the main thing to know about sort of the general flow. So if you're typically just listening to this as like a podcast style or something, then you'll be missing a lot of information by not looking at the slide. You do you, as the kids say. So tonight we're going to be talking about Messiah, a failed Messiah. Judaism is full of failed messiahs. We have lots of failed messiahs. We have Jesus, we have Shabbat Tzvi, we have Shimon HaKokba, we have Judas, we have a lot of different failed messiahs. The question is, what is Messiah? What is this concept Mashiach? What does it mean to be the Messiah? The idea developed primarily during the Zoroastrian influence period, that is to say during the Persian period under the sort of the reigns of the apocalyptic. And the idea does begin to appear very late in the Tanakh, and it seems to be the idea of a kind of chosen person by God to do some world historical thing. Now, in the Bible, it's not really clear what any of that means. In fact, the only person in the Bible to be referred to as a Messiah is actually a pagan king, King Cyrus. It's a Persian king. It's not even a Jewish guy. So the idea is that basically God picked Cyrus to do this very important historical thing, i.e. let the Jews return home to Judea. And that becomes grounds for the Bible to refer to him as Messiah. He's the only person referred to as Messiah in the entire Bible. So if you want to take the Bible for it, person referred to as a Persian king. Now, what ends up happening is that over time, this idea of Messiah evolves and changes. And as it evolves and changes, there are a lot of debates among Jews about what it means. And to be clear about this, there's never been a settled notion about what the Messiah is. To this very day, debates about the Messiah go on. It's never been a settled idea in Judaism. Typically what's happened in Judaism, I think I mentioned this in a previous talk, is that people grab onto a Messiah, they want a person to be the Messiah, and they kind of backtrack their notion of Messiah onto that person. So you pick a person to be Messiah, and then you figure out what that means, and then you go to the Bible to prove that they are the Messiah. There is no ready-made theory of the Messiah out there. It just doesn't exist. Now, we'll talk about some rough and ready ideas that we find in Judaism, but even they're pretty rough and ready. So, over time, what ends up happening is the notion of Messiah becomes more and more canonical, becomes more and more mainstream in rabbinical Judaism. And by the Babylonian Talmud, there are long, protracted discussions about what Messiahs mean, what is to be a Messiah. And even by then, by the 5th century of the Common Era, there's no agreement. So if you read Tractate Sanhedrin toward the very end, in the 90s of the Dapim, you'll see that there's a lot of debate about even what they thought the Messiah was, what the Messiah could do, how you recognize the Messiah, what's the Messiah's name. There's an enormous amount of debate about this. At any rate, by the Middle Ages, belief in the Messiah had become a dominant part of Judaism. In fact, it's one of Maimonides' 12 articles of faith. You're supposed to believe that the Messiah is going to come. You fervently believe this. This is one of the 12 articles allegedly that makes a Jew, according to Maimonides. So there's the idea that you need to believe in Messiah, but it's still not hammered out what exactly the Messiah is and what they're going to do. And it's not even clear there's going to be one. There's some messianic texts in Jewish history that even claim that there are going to be two of them. One of them is going to die, and then one of them will be like a military leader. In fact, almost all the literature overwhelmingly is going to be Messiah as a kind of military leader. Furthermore, there's the idea of the Mashiach Lador, which is the notion that in every generation there is a sort of potential Messiah. That the Messiah is actually out there, and it's just a matter of them activating themselves, or getting activated, or God activates them, or somehow they get activated. And so the idea is the Messiah is out there. They're just a Messiah in potentia, but they have to be made of Messiah in actu. It's just that no one's been worthy of that task up till now. So what little do we know about what the Messiah will do? How do we know a false Messiah from a real Messiah? Well, the stakes are pretty high, and you can see when I go through this list in a second why Jews don't accept Jesus as the Messiah, because it's very clear that Jesus has not accomplished any of the things that make a Messiah, according to even the most general lists. It's true, by the way, not just of Jesus. It's true of every Messiah. Every Messiah has failed. And so some of the list of things that they are supposed to do are things like they have to be born in a Davidic bloodline, they have to be related by blood to David, you have to trace your lineage back to David. They have to rebuild all the ruined cities of Israel. So every city in Israel that's been ruined over history has to be rebuilt. They have to construct a third temple. That's a thing they have to do. They have to be both king and high priest, and they have to live 1,000 years. Well, one of the main problems with the Messiah is they tend to die. So show me one that's lived, above the age of 60. So they tend to die and not live 1,000 years. They have to bring world peace. No big whoop. In fact, not only bring world peace, they have to bring peace to the point where not even the animals fight each other anymore. So that it's world peace at the level of not even animals fight each other anymore. They have to cause every nation in the world to worship the God of Israel. So everybody becomes kind of Jewish. They resurrect and judge the dead, or at least they judge the dead. Maybe they don't resurrect them, but they judge them. In fact, they judge them by smell, which is weird. The Messiah is said to smell and judge. They can know your sins by smell alone. It's sort of like a sin sommelier. They stop all illness. They stop all death. They stop all sadness, hunger, and strife. They cause all the Jews to immigrate to the newly established Jewish kingdom, which stretches from the Mediterranean to the Euphrates, which is sometimes referred to as Greater Israel. So they got to do all that. That's the bare minimum. Just to be clear, this is the bare minimum. There are all kinds of other things that the Messiah is expected to do. This is just the minimum, right? That they have to do to even be a candidate. Now, as you can tell, no person who's ever lived has ever done any one of these things, much less all of them. Now, according to the Christians, Jesus will come back and do all this stuff later, but, well, they've been waiting for 2,000 years, and this guy hasn't showed back up. So, at any rate, these are the sort of general outlines of what we think of when we think of Messiah in Jewish in Jewish theology. Of course, it's much more complicated than this, but typically these are the bare bones things that make a Messiah, and the reason why we're still waiting for one. Now, when we go back in time to the 17th century, when we go back in time to the world that's going to produce this false Messiah, Shabbatai Tzvi, there's a couple different things that are going to be important about the historical and cultural context. So I want to go through those relatively briefly. The first thing that's really important about the Jewish world is that rational philosophy has lost the fight to Kabbalah. Kabbalah has won. There is no more Maimonideanism. Not really. There's not much in the way of rationalistic Judaism. Rational Judaism has kind of gone out the window. And what's increasingly taken over at this point is a turn toward Kabbalah. Now, it's not to say that Kabbalah has spread very far and wide, but it certainly is the dominant intellectual movement at the time. Most of the intellectuals are either going straight into legal stuff via the Talmud, or they are doing that and Kabbalah, but philosophy, for the most part, is just not a big part of the equation anymore. And so in some ways, it may just be an unchecked kind of enthusiasm around Kabbalah. The second thing that makes all this very important is the Alhambra Decree. Of course, the Alhambra Decree was a complete disaster for the Sephardic Jewish world in 1492, where all the Jews were basically ejected from Spain and eventually ejected from Portugal as well. And this ejection did two things. One, it heightened Messianic expectations. People really thought that this was the end of the world, because it was the end of their world. And the idea was that because it was the end of their world, perhaps God would intervene and save them. But how could God just let all of these hundreds of thousands of people be kicked out of their homelands in Spain? God would intervene and fix it. Well, God didn't fix it, because that typically doesn't happen. What ends up happening is that people end up converting. They converted in mass, probably by the hundreds of thousands. They converted to Christianity. And what ended up happening is that they converted to Christianity and then eventually left and began to be Jewish again. Now, what ends up happening in some of these converso communities that's really important is a couple of things I want to go through relatively briefly here. The first is an intense feeling of exile. An intense feeling of exile. They are experiencing exile in a deep way. Both they're exiled from their homeland, tied to Spain, and they are destined. They really want to return. And a big part of this is Matt and Luria and Kabbalah more generally, with a kind of exile restoration motif. Secondly, there's just sort of an apocalyptic flair in Europe generally. We'll talk more about that in just a minute. But in the 1600s and the 17th century, apocalypticism, the idea the world was about to end, was just a overwhelming cultural aspect of what was going on in Europe at the time, both with Christians and with Jews. One of the things that's also important about this is a shift in converso communities, because they were more in contact with Christianity. They've been basically practicing Christianity and learning Christianity for quite some time now. It's a generation or two. Is that their concept of what a Messiah was much more open to the idea of a spiritual Messiah, or a Messiah that didn't do all the political stuff. Now, the political aspect of the Messiah is essential to the notion of Messiah in Judaism. There's just no such thing as a spiritual Messiah in Judaism. The Messiah in Judaism is always a political entity. They're always a king and a high priest. And they always change the world in concrete, this worldly manner. Well, the Christian idea of Messiah isn't that. The Christian idea of Messiah is Jesus did not fix the world, Jesus fixed sin. And because Jesus fixed sin, it's completely invisible, and the political world keeps on keeping on until Jesus comes back. Well, the idea that these conversos came in contact with that more spiritualized version of Messiah meant they were more open to non-traditional ideas of Messiah more generally. You see this in the English accuracy. They were also open to the idea that of what we might call theological supersessionism, which is just to say that, having been raised as Christians, they were told the idea that Judaism had been superseded by Christianity. Christianity had come along and corrected all the errors of Judaism, and that Christianity was the superseding, corrected religion, and that Judaism was outmoded. And what's important about that is the idea that Judaism in some ways can be replaced. So they're going to convert back to Judaism. They're going to revert back to Judaism. They're going to be much more open to the idea that fundamental things about Judaism can be changed. Traditional Jewish communities would not be open to that idea, but many of these converso communities and many of these converso people would be open. And also, they're going to be much more open to what we call antinomian tendencies, which is just to say that for a traditional Jewish community, observance of Jewish law, observance of the Sabbath, observance of kashrut, observance of certain aspects of Jewish law are just not questionable. They're not up for grabs. We're not living in the Reconstructionist world of the 21st century. The traditional Jewish world is very clear. You cannot abandon any aspect of Judaism. You can't negotiate with it. You have to do it or not do it. It's not up for grabs. But for these converted communities, there's much more of the idea that you could violate the law, that the law is not immutable, that the law is something that can be read as a metaphor, or it can be read as a way that can be changed, that one could alter Jewish law in the interest of spiritual or somehow higher notions, an idea that's completely foreign to traditional Jewish ideas, but very much in the strain of being exposed to Christianity. Further, the situation in Europe is just such that, in general, people expected a kind of apocalypse. That was just in the air in the 17th century. Christians, Jews, Muslims, basically everybody thought the world was about to end in a very, very intense way. Comets started appearing, all kinds of weird stuff was happening, and people were really convinced the world was about to end. Further, we also have printing that's taken off. Now, printing is one of these things that disseminates ideas very, very rapidly. And that's one of the great things about printing. You can disseminate ideas very rapidly. You can also disseminate ideas that are incorrect very rapidly. And what you get are all these bizarre broadsheets being printed through Europe that are making claims that are completely crazy. That, what's one good example of this? One good example of this is that all the Jews that were the 10 lost tribes of Israel, that they had returned in Saudi Arabia, what is now Saudi Arabia, they had returned to Arabia, they had amassed a giant army led by this general, and that the 10 tribes of Israel had overtaken Mecca and had destroyed Mecca. They had conquered Islam. This idea is completely nuts. It's not grounded in any history at all, but there were repeated broadsheets printed through Europe where people really did believe that the 10 tribes of Europe were literally about to reconquer Israel and bring about the end of the world. This was a very common idea. So these kind of dissemination of bonkers notions were very, very popular. Not just that, but there's all kinds of things going on in Europe that led people to believe the world was about to undergo some big change. Columbus's discovery of the so-called New World. There were the ongoing religious wars, the 100 Years' War, the Protestant Reformation. There's tons of talk about Antichrist. Everybody was the Antichrist. Protestants thought the Pope was the Antichrist. The Pope thought Martin Luther was the Antichrist. There's the witch trials. There are all kinds of things going on. If you want to get an idea about this time period, right, I'm sure most folks have heard of Michel de Nostradamus, right? Nostradamus is famous for his quatrains, his prophetic quatrains. He dies in 1566. It's around he's living, and so roughly this time. So what's going on here is that the entire world is basically expecting a kind of messianic or apocalyptic event. And so, in some ways, had it not been Shabbatai Tzvi, it'd have been somebody else. I really am convinced of that. It just happened to be Shabbatai Tzvi. Also, there's a huge massacre in Poland that kills thousands, tens of thousands, maybe even 100,000. In fact, the Kaminsky pogrom or Kaminsky uprising may have been the largest single killing of Jews prior to the Holocaust, which also occurs in Poland. And there was this massive killing, maybe up to even 100,000 Jews. We're not sure how many died, but it was probably the largest mass killing of Jews up until the Holocaust. And also, again, we have this messianic expectation that emerges in the aftermath of this giant massacre. And it's into that situation that we meet Shabbatai Tzvi. Shabbatai is born into a mercantile family on Tisha B'Av and on Shabbat. That's why he's called Shabbatai. It's not uncommon it wasn't uncommon then, at least, for people born on Shabbat to be named Shabbatai. Specifically, wanted to be born on Shabbat. Now, no one calls their kids Shabbatai anymore because of how bad Shabbatai Tzvi's reputation has become. But he's also born on Tisha B'Av. You may know this, that on Tisha B'Av, it's a custom in Eicha Rabbah, which is the Midrash, that the Messiah is going to be born on Tisha B'Av. As you probably know, Tisha B'Av is the saddest day on the Jewish calendar. It's the day of mourning. It's when all these bad things happen. The temple's destroyed, and World War I started, and all kinds of bad things. The Warsaw Ghetto Uprising was crushed. All kinds of bad things happen on Tisha B'Av. It's a day of mourning. Well, the idea from Rabbi is that the Messiah will be born on Tisha B'Av. It will convert the day of mourning into a day of celebration. So already we have Shabbatai being born on just the right day, and not just being born on Tisha B'Av, but also being born on Shabbat. And this is already an auspicious start here in 1626 in Izmir, Turkey. Izmir, as you may know, is the site of ancient Ephesus. So I've been to Izmir. It's the site of ancient Ephesus. By the 1640s, as Shabbatai is growing a little older, he begins to engage in some pretty strange practices already. He's not involved in the mercantile practices of his family. He begins to turn his attention to ascetic practices. And he begins to drown himself, I would say, in reading the Sefer Zohar and the Sefer Hakana. The Sefer Hakana is a book where a student questions a teacher about the various laws, and the teacher tells the student why we do the laws the way that we do. The idea of questioning the law is going to be a big part of Shabbatai's life, as we'll see in just a bit. Also, it's around this time that Shabbatai, around his teens, that he has this vision or this experience of his penis being damaged by a demon. It's not clear exactly what happened, but sexual issues will plague Shabbatai his entire life. And so the idea that he's being afflicted by the demoness Na'amah, who's a demoness in the Zohar, you may know her better, that's the name of Noah's wife, actually. But this demoness Na'amah, who we find in the Zohar, is said to have done something to Shabbatai's penis and causes him all kinds of problems. And it's around this time in his teenage years, he also begins to experience these periods of what he calls illumination and darkness. These periods of illumination are periods where he doesn't sleep, he is singing and dancing, he's doing all kinds of strange behaviors, and these will last for several weeks, and then he will be plunged into a period of darkness where he basically won't get out of bed, and he's sure everything is the worst, and everything's terrible. So he's probably suffering. Most psychologists I've talked to diagnose him after his death, of course, as something like manic depression. But he also, at the same time, now begins to claim that he can do supernatural things like levitate. In fact, he claimed to levitate in front of several of his friends. His friends said that he really didn't levitate, and then he told them that he just didn't deserve to see him, because they weren't righteous enough, they weren't pure enough. But he really did levitate, according to Shabbatai. His family tries to fix him by marrying him off, which is the common solution for things back in the day. Just get married and things will get better. Shabbatai refused to consummate either marriage. He basically would not have sex with these women. And these women complained that Shabbatai was basically just studying the Zohar all the time. These illuminations and darkness fits. He wouldn't have sex with them, and his marriages were dissolved. And of course, as you imagine, this is a huge problem for his family. It's a huge embarrassment for his family. But he just refuses to have sex with these women for whatever reason, and they divorce him. And so he's twice divorced by the summer of 1648. And on June 11th, 1648, he has a vision of the prophet Elijah coming to him and telling him that he is the Messiah, basically anointing him and making him into the Messiah. And we're told that he began to exude fragrance from his body. So this is a thing that's commonly talked about Shabbatai Tzvi, is that he smelled really good. He had this intense fragrance coming off his body constantly. And so he told some of his close friends and his family that he was the Messiah. I don't know how they responded to this, but typically he kept it pretty secret. And in the aftermath of him thinking he was the Messiah, secretly by 1651, Shabbatai is kicked out of Izmir. He is exiled from his homeland. He's kicked out, he's exiled. For reasons that aren't terribly clear exactly, but one of the things that we do know that he was doing at this time was that during prayers he was enunciating the divine name of God during prayer. This is a no-no in Judaism. You're not allowed to say God's name, and Shabbatai was doing this in prayer, along with some other strange things he was up to, and this eventually led to him being kicked out of the community of Izmir. He'll come back with a vengeance. The period that he's roaming around is typically referred to as the years of darkness by the community community of folks who believe in Shabbatai to be. The period of the years of darkness has him traveling around all through the Mediterranean world. We don't know his exact itinerary, but we know he travels all around Egypt and the Mediterranean, Eastern Mediterranean basin. And he did some strange things. He would settle in the really heavily Kabbalistic city of Salonika, and what is now Greece, and there he publicly married a Torah scroll. That also was not a thing you should do. That got him kicked out of Salonika. He seems to have made a pretty strong impression on people as he traveled. Now, making a strong impression is not making a good impression, and so he often made a bad impression on people because they thought he was crazy, or maybe he was a prophet or a Kabbalist or whatever. But he made an impression on people no matter where he went, and eventually he settles in Cairo, where he comes into the family of a very wealthy leader of the Jewish community. And it's there that Shabbatai actually had a job, being basically a fundraiser. What he would do is he would go to Jerusalem and he would raise money for the community there. The community in Jerusalem was notoriously poor, and what he would do is he would go back and forth raising money from local folks trying to get the Jerusalem community back online. He was actually on one of these missions of fundraising back in Cairo that an orphan from the massacres that I mentioned in Poland earlier actually had arrived in Cairo, and she was a piece of work herself. She was a pretty famous sex worker, and she was a former orphan that had been orphaned by the massacres in Poland, and she had traveled all the way through places like Livorno and Amsterdam, where she eventually made her way to Cairo, and she made her name as a pretty famous sex worker, something like a not exactly a courtesan, but famous sex worker. And when Shabbatai was in Cairo, he actually heard about her reputation, and one of the things that she claimed was that she would marry the Messiah. That was her big claim to fame, is that she would marry the Messiah, and Shabbatai, already having ideas that he was in fact the Messiah, took this as a sign, sent for her. I think she was in Livorno at the time. He sent for her, then she came to Cairo, and he married her in the house of this really famous Jewish leader in Cairo. And he did this probably as part of his messianic buildup, because as you may know, the prophet Hosea also married a sex worker as a sign of his prophecy that he was acting out his prophecy by marrying this sex worker. And what's interesting is that Sarah basically remained loyal to him until she died. She was with him all the way in his very tumultuous life, as we'll see. She died in 1674, and they were divorced briefly, but they were together for basically their entire adult life. And so they lived there for about a year until Shabbatai eventually made his way back to Jerusalem. But on the way to Jerusalem, he stops in Gaza. He stops in Gaza because he wants to meet a young and up-and-coming Kabbalist. That young and up-and-coming Kabbalist is a 23-year-old Nathan Benjamin ben Elisha Chaim Halevi Ashkenazi. Nathan of Gaza is probably one of the leading up-and-coming Kabbalist minds of the time. From his writings, we can see that he understands not just Kabbalah in general, but he also even understands really higher level debates that are going on inside of Kabbalah. So he even knows that there are specific schools of Lurianic Kabbalah, and Nathan of Gaza is actually wading into the waters of these really technical debates around the nature of Kabbalah as it's being developed. Now, what ends up happening is Nathan of Gaza is also himself not just a mystic, but a kind of prophet, and he's having visions. He begins having visions as a young man, and these visions are such that he becomes kind of a mystical healer. Now, that idea of a mystical healer isn't completely foreign to Judaism. We actually see the same idea, for instance, in Luria. Luria is a physician of the soul, as they're sometimes referred to. And there's the idea that people like Luria and Nathan of Gaza can cure spiritual diseases that you have by diagnosing those spiritual diseases and by giving you a tikkun or a cure, a reparation, and that cure will fix your spiritual illness. It will solve your spiritual problems. And so it seems like what ends up happening is that Shabbatai actually travels to Gaza to meet with Nathan basically become cured of his what we might call manic depression, cycles of illumination and darkness. Well, what ends up happening is that he ends up traveling to Gaza. He stays with Nathan for several weeks. And in the several weeks, they go on these very long epic walks. They walk from Gaza to Jerusalem, which is a quite a long walk, and they also walk from Jerusalem to Hebron. And it's in those walks that eventually Nathan tells Shabbatai that Shabbatai is the Messiah. He lays it on Shabbatai. He's like, not only can I not cure you, but you don't need to be cured, you're the Messiah. And Shabbatai says, look, I know that I'm the Messiah, but I'm not. I gave it up. I knew that I could be the Messiah, but I gave it up. He seems to be one of his dark periods at this whole business. What ends up happening eventually is that Nathan eventually announces the entire Shabbatai is the Messiah business in near Shavuot 1665. And Nathan is possessed by this Magi spirit. It's all incredibly weird. And eventually, what ends up happening is that Shabbatai is experiencing a profound one of these depression periods. And then 3 days later, he declares that he is, in fact, the Messiah. Now, again, people declaring that people are the Messiah is nothing new in Judaism. People, every once in a while, come along and say they're the Messiah. And what typically happens is that no one believes them, or very few people believe them, and they get themselves killed. That's typically what ends up happening. Well, what ends up happening with Shabbatai is absolutely shocking. In Gaza, he declares he's the Messiah, and he announces that the fast of the 17th Tammuz is to be abolished, and he abolishes it. He does not observe the fast. And rather than observe the fast, he announces that the Hallel should be said. Hallel is what you say for praise. It's what you say in Sukkot for praise. And so rather than engage in the fast of 17th Tammuz, he declares that he has abolished it, that the days of Messiah are here, the days of fasting are over, we can now all celebrate. And he takes, at this point, he has about 40 followers. He takes them from Gaza to Jerusalem, and he declares himself the Messiah in Jerusalem. He says, I am the Messiah. He tries to get on top of the Temple Mount to perform a sacrifice, basically to try to inaugurate the reality of the third temple. He also begins to refer to himself as the Amirah, Adonai Malkeinu Yaram Kodo. And the Jerusalem community stops him. They're like, you're nuts. You're crazy. You cannot go on the Temple Mount. There's a mosque up there. If you go up there where there's a mosque up there and try to kill an animal, like, you're gonna get in trouble. You're gonna get us all in trouble. So the local rabbis actually turned him over to the local Qadi. Qadi is basically the mayor of Jerusalem, the Turkish mayor of Jerusalem, and they turn him over to the Qadi and they say, this guy's crazy. You need to arrest him. He's going to do something bizarre. The Qadi doesn't arrest him. Not only does he not arrest him, he allows Shabbatai to go around on horseback around the city, waving a green banner. Now, riding around on a horse doesn't seem like a big deal, except for Jews weren't allowed to ride on horses. It was against Islamic law for Jews to ride on horses. That was an exclusive purview of Muslims. But for whatever reason, the Qadi of Jerusalem, just probably because he thinks this guy's crazy, lets him ride around, circle around Jerusalem, waving this green banner 7 times. And this is proof for Shabbatai's followers that he's actually important. He's actually the Messiah. Because he is able to basically not get arrested by the local Qadi, and he is allowed to circle the city on horseback 7 times, sort of summoning up some Jericho imagery. Further, he allows his followers to eat forbidden food, certain parts of the animal, which the Bible declares to be unkosher. He says his followers are allowed to do. He allows them to engage in violations of Jewish law. These violations of Jewish law, he even has a special blessing for violating Jewish law on purpose. And eventually the rabbis at Jerusalem send a complaint against Shabbatai all the way to the chief rabbi of the Ottoman Empire in Istanbul. Well, what ends up happening, Shabbatai is run out of Jerusalem. The Jerusalem community, which previously liked him, at least to some degree, they certainly liked him singing. He's a very good singer and very charismatic. They run him out of Jerusalem, and what ends up happening, Shabbatai departs for Aleppo, now modern Syria. And what happens there is that Nathan's already sent letters ahead of Shabbatai to the folks in Aleppo, specifically letters explaining, using very complex Kabbalistic justifications, things like the Treatise of the Dragons and other kinds of documents, that Shabbatai is in fact the Messiah and that they welcome him as the Messiah. Well, it's not clear exactly how and why the folks at Aleppo were so heavily convinced of what the letters that Nathan of Gaza wrote, but they were clearly convinced of them because when he arrives in Aleppo, it is a fanfare, ticker-tape parade for Shabbatai Tzvi. He is welcomed into Aleppo with open arms. He's openly declared the Messiah. He stays there for about 3 weeks, and it is a complete wave of enthusiasm. There are people prophesying in the streets that the Messiah has come. He basically converts much of the crowd of Aleppo, most of the Jewish community of Aleppo, to him. He basically converts them to Messianism. And he gets perhaps one of his most important allies at this time. And that important ally is the son of Chaim Vital. Chaim Vital, his son, Rabbi Chaim Vital is one of the main people responsible for the Messiah or for the Kabbalah. He's been dead now, but his son is living in Aleppo, and his son declares that Shabbatai is the Messiah. So it's like having the son of the most important Kabbalist of all time, basically declaring that this guy's the Messiah in Aleppo. It is a huge explosion in enthusiasm that he received in Aleppo. After spending 22 days in Aleppo, Nathan is still back in Gaza, feverishly writing letters, feverishly writing tracts, and prayer books, and prophecies. He's sending these all over the Jewish world. You could not ask for a better PR man than Nathan of Gaza. And Nathan is sending this stuff everywhere. Everybody's getting it. People are getting very excited about the things that Shabbatai can do, allegedly. And what ends up happening is that Shabbatai makes his way back home to Izmir. And as soon as he gets there, well, he falls into a depression. He's in the depression for weeks, and it's not until Hanukkah of that year that he emerges from the depression. And it's around this time that the local rabbi gets the writ of excommunication, basically, or gets what will become the writ of excommunication from Istanbul. And sometime around Hanukkah of that year, there is an explosion of tension. There are the pro-Shabbatai people and the anti-Shabbatai people. And what ends up happening is the anti-Shabbatai guy actually is leading prayers on the Sabbath. And literally Shabbatai grabs an axe and hacks his way on the Sabbath into the Portuguese synagogue and then chases the other rabbi out of the building. He says he cleansed it of the evil forces that were inside the synagogue, and then he sets himself up as kind of a king inside the Portuguese synagogue after chasing the other rabbi out with an axe, basically. Not only that, the guy who he chased out, the rabbi who he chased out in his own hometown, that rabbi's daughters fall into prophetic fits, declaring Shabbatai to be the Messiah. So this guy's getting it from all sides. He's being chased around by Shabbatai with an axe, and his own daughters are falling into these enthusiastic trances, declaring that Shabbatai is the Messiah. He does the same thing. He pronounces the divine name. There's all kinds of things that begin to go on. He sings Christian songs in the synagogue. He allows women to come to the bima to read from the Torah. There are just all kinds of things he begins to do when he's back in Izmir that are rapidly raising the ire of the local of the larger Jewish community world. It's around this time also that he consummates his marriage with his wife. Apparently, he had not done that yet, and she shows the bloody cloth to prove that the marriage has been consummated to great fanfare. And so, all kinds of things happen here at Izmir that are slowly earning the attention of the wider world. This guy Shabbatai is really, really beginning to act out in very, very strange ways. So on December 30th, the end of the year, he sets sails with some of his followers to Istanbul. Now, what's happened by the time that he sets sails, by the 30th of December, is that in 1666, by early 1666, Nathan of Gaza's letters have reached everywhere. Everywhere, as far afield as Brazil. People in Brazil have heard about Shabtai Tzvi by the time he set sail, and by the time he arrives in Istanbul in early 1666. He's famous. He's famous even before he reaches Istanbul. And so everywhere, London, Hamburg, Sanaa in Yemen, Amsterdam, everybody's heard about Shabtai Tzvi, and everybody increasingly thinks he's the Messiah. By 1666, by the summer of 1666, the estimates range, but the general estimate is about half the world's Jewish population had become convinced they were the Messiah. With some places, like the Amsterdam community, largely a converso community, basically having packed their bags and booked boats back to Israel, because they were convinced that Shabbatai was literally about to take over the entire world. So that entire community, many people in that community, packed their bags, had them on the dock, and were waiting to go home back to Israel because Shabbatai had done the whole thing. So this was a overwhelming part of the Jewish community, at least half, maybe more. Even Spinoza weighed in about the Shabbatai Tzvi stuff. Spinoza knew about it, but sadly we don't have Spinoza's letter, so we don't know exactly what he believed was going on. Well, the trip from Izmir to Istanbul should only have taken a couple of weeks, but it took 39 days. They had very, very bad weather, and what ends up happening is that Shabbatai, the news of Shabbatai coming to Istanbul, gets ahead of him, and because it gets ahead of him, as soon as he arrives in Istanbul, he's arrested. The Turkish government knows what this guy is. They know what he's coming there to do. He's coming there basically to declare his messiahdom in Istanbul, the capital of the Ottoman Empire. And the idea, I think, is basically he's going to take over the Ottoman Empire. He's just going to take the whole thing over as the king of everything, the king of the Ottoman Empire. So he's arrested. He's even beaten up by one of the guards, and he's thrown in jail. The jail he's thrown into is referred to by Shabbatians as the Migdal Oz, Tower of Strength, and he's put into captivity, but he's put into very luxurious captivity. His followers, which at this point amass probably in the thousands, are sending enormous amounts of money to him. So that allows him to basically bribe his guards, and he lives in. He's kind of living like a king inside of this prison, basically. And it's inside this prison that he sees emissaries from Yemen, from Europe, from all over. And it's in this prison situation in the Migdal Oz that he begins to basically hold court as if he were a king. He's dressed like a king, acts like a king, and he is doing all kinds of things while he is imprisoned here in the beginning of 1666. And he's receiving, like I said, emissaries from all over. And these emissaries really do believe that despite the fact that he's in prison, it's only a matter of time until he reveals that he really is the Messiah. So he's receiving emissaries from all over, and they are coming back and really preaching the gospel, so to speak, of Shabbatai Tzvi. It's at this time in 1666 that the Shabbatian movement was at its peak, although it's only been really operating now for about 2 years. What ends up happening is that a hater basically ruins everything for them. This guy named Nehemiah Cohen arrives from Gallipoli, and he's heard about that Shabbatai Tzvi is the Messiah. He meets with them, and basically he becomes disillusioned. He thinks this guy's really not the Messiah. This guy's just a charlatan. He's not really the Messiah. It's probably because Nehemiah Cohen thought he was the Messiah. It's just inter-Messiah beef. And he tells the Sultan, basically, or at least the emissaries of the Sultan, that this guy is a danger. He is living in the lap of luxury. He's engaging in all kinds of debaucherous activity. And what ends up happening is that on September 15th, 1666, Shabbatai is re-arrested. He's drug in to see the Sultan, the Grand Vizier, and he's basically told, a very simple thing. He says, look, here's the skinny. They interrogate him. They ask him if he's the Messiah. He says, yes, he is the Messiah. So they said, okay, here's your test, right? Here's the test. I'll convert to your religion. I'll convert to your Messiah. Brendan's always looking guest. Brendan and Ryan usually always guest. And then so I remember Joe always saying like Fighter Kids a funny show, and so I gave it a try a few times. And to be honest, I didn't like it the first few times. Really? Yeah. I don't know what it was. Yeah. It's like the personalities I didn't really click with me. And then there was a show that came on, and I was like, oh wow, Brendan's actually really cool. Ryan, the way he's treating Brendan is really cool. So I gave it a shot again. And then I was like, I was in love because it was so funny. The show was super funny. But then so during that layoff period is when Brendan said that their contract with Fox is going to be over. Right? Because I guess Fox was under contract. Yeah, so Fox was actually producing the podcast. I didn't know that. Yeah, Big Fox. Fox Sports. A podcast? I know, it was one of their first endeavors. A podcast? Yeah. And now, dude, that's why podcast is killing it for them. So, they're getting like 500,000 views every time, or 350,000, 500. Like back then, too. Back then, they were doing those numbers. It was insane. So, but since, when their contract renewed, they, of course, Fox saw the success of it, so they're like, we want to have, this is what I heard, I don't know if it's fact, I don't know if it's a fact or not, but we wanted 50% of the profits. Wait. Of every single episode? Of whatever the entirety is. Well, what about ad revenue and... yeah, I think all that. No AdSense and all that shit. So Fox was, since they were producing it, they handled all that part. So whatever... So the money would go to them. Yeah, they want 50 for them. And they would chip off the rest. Yeah, 50 for them. Which is a hard slice, 50-50, especially if you're the talent. You're the talent, you guys are doing all the work. Well, I mean, so they're producing it, so that is work. Yeah. And then they're on a huge platform like Fox. But Brendan took the gamble. We're not going to do this with independent. And then he would... Sayadam, if you pass one test, the test is this. We're going to strip you naked. We're going to bring in a bunch of archers. And they're going to shoot you with arrows. And if you survive, if the arrows bounce off of you, we'll all convert. And if not, well, you'll die. And they say, all right, Shabtai, if you're the Messiah, right, let's do this. And so, Shabtai very promptly says, nope, I'm not the Messiah, I'm just a rabbi. He does not want to be shot with a bunch of arrows. And so, the vizier of the Ottoman Empire says, okay, Shabtai, well, you have one option now. You can convert to Islam, or you'll be impaled. Today, you have 5 minutes to decide. You convert to Islam, or you will be impaled. And Shabbatai, not being stupid, though he might have been crazy, converts. He converts to Islam. He becomes Aziz Mehmed. And he converts on September 16th, 1666. And not only does he convert, the Sultan is actually pretty pleased with the fact that he converted. And he appoints him to a basically ceremonial position as a gatekeeper, basically. And because he becomes a ceremonial gatekeeper, he's actually an official member of the Sultanate court. And he gives him a really nice fur coat, and he has basically the most cushy job ever. These gatekeepers, basically just cushy positions given to members of the court, and Shabbatai could do basically whatever he wanted. So in many ways, he came out all the better, at least materially. I mean, obviously being shot through the arrows would have been really bad, or being impaled would have been really, really bad. But the vizier and the sultan really aren't out to get this guy. They basically just want him to go away as a problem, and so they give him the cushiest job they can, and basically give him a pension, so that hopefully he will just quit. Well, the Messiahs never quit, because they're crazy. And because they're crazy and never quit, they're going to get themselves more and more trouble. And Shabbatai's very lucky, that he was not just shot through with arrows. I think had he not had a lot of wealthy friends, I think we'd have had one shish kebab Messiah on our hands. But he had a lot of wealthy friends, and he doesn't end up in shish kebab. So what ends up happening is that, the first thing that happens is that news of his apostasy spreads all throughout the Jewish world. And this is really bad. This is really bad. Half the Jewish world thought the guy was the Messiah. They had packed their bags. They were already including Shabbatai Tzvi in their prayers. The prayer book had been changed to include Shabbatai Tzvi as the Messiah. People were really convinced that this guy was going to basically overtake the Ottoman Empire, and the world was going to come to an end. They had packed their bags. They were literally on the docks in Amsterdam waiting for news. And the news they got was, oh yeah, he converted to Islam. He did what? He converted to what? Like, yeah, he apostatized. He's not Jewish. He converted to Islam. So as you can imagine, that's bad. Not only is it bad, it's incredibly embarrassing. All the Christians just took it as more proof that the Jews were full of it. Completely crazy Jewish people, stupid Jewish people, can't understand anything. And not only that, the Jews who remain anti-Messiah, folks like Manasseh in Israel and Amsterdam, they were able to greatly close their grasp on the Messianist factions. So this was a disaster, a titanic disaster in the Jewish world. And it was it's probably one of the greatest intellectual disasters in Jewish history. Nathan wouldn't hear about the apostasy until the summer of 1666, or 1667 actually. He left Gaza and fled basically ran over to where he could basically find Shabbatai. And the big debate at this time was, what did the apostasy mean? Now, one thing that you know about Messiahs is that when Messiahs do terrible things like die or convert to another religion, it's not a problem, because it's all part of the plan. That's how delusions go. Delusions are never disproven. Delusions are only reinforced, no matter how ridiculous the delusion is. So, Shabbatai's apostasy was not apostasy, it was part of the plan. It was all part of the plan. Now, what happens here? Nathan of Gaza circulated a letter saying, no, part of the plan, don't freak out, don't lose faith. It's very important to maintain faith. So there are actually a couple of different theories that were going around at the time about what really happened. One theory, the craziest theory, is that somehow Shabbatai Tzvi really was now the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire. There are some people that continue to believe that. That not only had he not converted, he was just now the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire somehow. Another way is that he converted, but he converted in order to take power away from the Sultan. So yes, he was a Muslim, but only temporarily, because he was about to get power from the Sultan somehow. Who knows how that's supposed to work? The third reason was that he converted as part of a Kabbalistic plan to redeem the deepest, darkest levels of demonic power that he posed. And the reason why he converted was to descend into the apostasy of Islam, to redeem the Muslims and bring them along as part of the Kabbalistic plan. So his apostasy wasn't really apostasy, it was him sacrificing himself, the suffering servant. By plunging himself into the boat, he would be able to somehow engage in a greater act of tikkun. The fourth theory about what happened was that he had not really converted, but that the real Shabbatai had actually gone into heaven, and that was left behind was a kind of illusion Shabbatai. So the real Shabbatai is in heaven, or somewhere else, gone into the supernal realms as part of the grand act of redemption, and that the Shabbatai that I converted was a kind of illusion or a kind of shadow or something. So it really wasn't Shabbatai. So these are the big four theories that circulated about what happened when Shabbatai converted to Islam. It seems like Nathan of Gaza accepted some version of 3 and 4. He accepted some version of 3 and 4, more 3 than 4, but certainly accepted 3. And his position was, yes, Shabbatai converted to Islam, but this was a temporary thing. That he would eventually redeem Islam, redeem the Muslims, and that he would merge out of Islam back to Judaism, and he would emerge as having redeemed this fallen religion. Um, Shabbatai, for what it's worth, basically fell into a Titanic depression, as you can imagine. I mean, he basically just became an apostate. He fell into a deep depression. In fact, he wrote to his brother Elijah and said, "Hey, leave me alone. I'm a Turk now. I don't want to deal with Jews. I'm done. I'm done." He plunged into a really, really, really deep depression. Nathan of Gaza never gave up the faith. In fact, to the end, he never gave it up. And so, not only does the Shabbatian movement not die in the aftermath of the 1666 conversion, but it seems like Nathan of Gaza's reworking of the myth actually caused it to flourish. They calcified the new religion. Okay. So what I'll do, jump back on to share. Alright. So what I'm going to do is what I'm going to do tonight, I'm going to finish up that speed, and then we'll do Nathan of Gaza, or we'll do the Frangus next time, because it gets even crazier than chapter 3. If you can believe that. It's going to get even more crazy than chapter 3. So we'll finish up that speed tonight. We'll do the Frankists next time, and that'll also give us a transition perhaps into Hasidism, which I'm sure my Hasidic people would absolutely hate, but they are connected in a weird way. At any rate, Shabtai Tzvi converts to Islam. He has a son, Ishmael Mordechai, which is a fantastically Jewish Muslim name. Ishmael's the Islamic name, Mordechai is a Jewish name. And what ends up happening is that Shabtai begins to continue to live as the gatekeeper in this ceremonial position. He lives a kind of mixed life. He's sort of quasi-Jewish. He's Jewish under the cover of night, I suppose, but he's publicly living as a Muslim. And people continue to come to visit him, believing he's the Messiah, and they do believe that he's doing this business of raising the code, of raising his act of apostasy is actually a Kabbalistic act of redemption. And so over time, it seems like Shabbatai Tzvi also begins to believe this as well. And again, Shabbatai often suffers from these deep depressions. It's not clear what he believes at any given moment, but slowly it seems like Shabbatai does come around to the idea that he might actually still be the Messiah. Now, the Muslim leadership of the Ottoman Empire gets word of this. They don't like the idea that he's secretly still living as a Jew. And so what ends up happening is that the rabbis of Istanbul, the chief rabbis of Istanbul, are exhausted with Shabbatai continuing to basically hold court as a kind of quasi-messiah. And on the 12th of September 1672, they go to the Pasha, which is the high-ranking member of the Ottoman court, and they basically tell the Pasha, this guy's not really a Muslim. Yeah, he's converted, but he's living as a apostate. He's not living as a Muslim, and not just that, but he's doing all kinds of blasphemy against Islam. And this charge is taken very seriously by the Pasha, and in 1673 he's exiled to what is now Montenegro. Basically, he's exiled to get away from all the Jews. The Pasha kicks him out anywhere. They focus on the most obscure, one of the most inaccessible regions of the Ottoman Empire, basically to get him away from his Jewish world, his Jewish community. And it's there in exile, in an even further exile, that his wife Sarah would die. He would take another wife, Aisha, and he would die alone in Montenegro in the year 1676. In fact, his brother visited him, and he asked, "How long are you going to hold on to me?" And he said famously, this is a bit obscure, he says, "Perhaps you can see that rock on the coast, really far away rock." But at any rate, on September 17th September of the 17th, 1676, he dies during the Elah of Yom Kippur. He dies on Yom Kippur. He dies as the gates are closing. And his last Jewish act as Messiah, I suppose, was to request a Machzor, a Yom Kippur prayer book, so that he could say the prayers of Yom Kippur. And we're told that Shabbatai Tzvi, or Ra, or Aziz Mehmet actually prayed, and was praying Jewish prayers as he died on Yom Kippur here in Elah. He was intentionally buried somewhere that no one could ever find him. The legend is that he was buried in a cave near the sea, and his brother had come to visit him. There was a dragon actually guarding the mouth of the cave, and that when they came back, the the dragon was gone, and then the cave was full of light, and Shabbatai's body was nowhere to be found. Empty tomb, very much like the Jesus story. The empty tomb of Shabbatai Tzvi ascended into heaven, or at least gone into occultation, and no one knows to this day, by the way, where Shabbatai Tzvi is buried. It's not clear at all what happened with his body. Was his body vanishing? It only adds to the idea that somehow he is in hiding, that he has become resurrected. Nathan of Gaza is a PR guy, continued to believe that Shabbatai was the Messiah all the way up to his death on January 11th, 1680. Many years after Shabbatai died, he continued to write pro-Shabbatian tracts all the way to the end. He said that Shabbatai wasn't dead, that he was hidden, that he had been ascended into heaven, or transfigured somehow. And he died eventually in Skopje, in Macedonia. He actually lived trying to live closer to Shabbatai Tzvi. And his grave, actually, until it was destroyed during the Second World War, was an object of veneration. Shabbatians continued to flock to his grave. Now, you would think that with Shabbatai dead and with Nathan of Gaza dead, that this entire movement, as bizarre as it is, would just peter out with both of these guys dead. In 1680, that should be the end of the Shabbatian movement. Well, if you thought that, you'd be dead wrong, because Shabbatianism is about to explode from a few hundred, maybe a couple thousand people, to tens of thousands of people. It's going to form a completely new religion. Shabbatianism is going to form a totally new religion. And that totally new religion is going to be led primarily by Shabbatai Tzvi's second wife, Aisha, or Yocheved, she had both names. So, what we'll get to next time, we'll probably spend an entire section on Shabbatianism, the rise of Shabbatianism, but so much to do. We'll talk about the religions that emerge in the aftermath of Shabbatai Tzvi. Because Shabbatai Tzvi is not just going to die, he's going to continue to be part of the Kabbalistic world of Judaism all the way until the 1880s. That is when the last Shabbatians that we know of died. It's in the 1880s. It's probably the case they survived after that. There were Shabbatians after the 1880s that survived in the Shabbatian world. We think that maybe the Holocaust actually killed the last of the Shabbatians. We don't even know for sure, because part of what is true about them is they don't tell people they're Shabbatians. It's part of their religion to hide their religion. And so Shabbatai Tzvi, the Shabbatian movement, is going to continue to function, and the Shabbatians will continue to function in Turkey as a group called the Donme all the way up until maybe even now. There may still be Shabbatians in Turkey right now. That religion might still be alive. The issue is we don't know. Most scholars think that it's extinct. But I will tell you that I taught a class on Shabbatai Tzvi, an 8-part class on Shabbatai Tzvi, and one of the people that took the class was a Turkish woman, and she took the class at the Federation. She took it because she came from a Shabbatian family, and she said that her family, her grandfather, had continued to believe as a Shabbatian, but that his parents didn't. Her parents didn't, and she didn't. But she knew that she came from a family that believed in Shabbatai Tzvi. That was part of their family history. And I asked her, are there Shabbatians left in Turkey? She said that she had not met any people, that she knew of families that were Shabbatian families, but she didn't know of anyone practicing Shabbatianism any longer. So many scholars think that it's gone extinct, but it's up in the air. Because again, part of how the religion operates is by community secret. So next week what we'll do is we'll talk about the second part of all this. How a basically manic depressive Messiah who died, who converted to another religion that died, managed to give rise to a completely new religion. And that religion, Shabbatianism, actually survived, and may even survive up to this day. So we'll talk about that branch off of Kabbalah and how this Kabbalistic stuff led to the Shabbat Tzvi movement. And if you've ever heard these rules around, again, study Kabbalah until you're 40 and married, etc., etc., if you've ever heard those rules only emerged after this whole movement of Shabbat Tzvi. Because how much of a disaster this was in Jewish history. So the Shabbatian moment actually gives those rules. It's actually what's going to pump the brakes in the spread of Kabbalah. Because up to this point, Kabbalah was spreading very rapidly, very publicly. After the Shabbatai Tzvi episode, the rabbis are going to pump the brakes because they're going to say, "Oh, it's Kabbalah stuff. It's very dangerous. It led to this whole disaster." They're going to pump the brakes on it, and it's going to slow the spread of Kabbalah in some ways. Then it's going to give rise to a whole new religion, the religion of the Domen, the religion of the continued belief in the messiahship of Shabbatai. So, wrap up Shabbatai. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work, I'm providing accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics like Kabbalah, alchemy, and the occult, magic, and philosophy. Consider supporting my work on Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
Okay, 12's tomorrow.
Future truth teller. Vape thing. Future truth teller. Mayor Pete Buttigieg retires from political life in public service after discovering how amazing pussy is. Vape thing. Future truth teller. COVID-19 is found to have been produced by Donald Trump and Mark Burnett for the deadliest season of Survivor yet. Vape thing. Future truth teller. Live concerts return with rigorous safety protocols and a strict ban on puddle of mud. Vape thing. Future truth teller. Seattle is pushed to the brink when anarchists select for mayor the headless body of Kurt Cobain. Vape thing. Future truth teller. Basketball becomes the prototype for all continued pro sports in the Corona era. Unfortunately, the NBA bubble dies of AIDS. Vape thing. Future truth teller. President Biden federally legalizes marijuana after accidentally eating a pot cookie and watching reruns of Leave It to Beaver. Vape thing. Future truth teller.
Austin, Texas, make some fucking noise! Austin, Texas, make some fucking noise! Hey, this is Rabbi coming to you live from the world famous comedy store Mayberg for one more time. Here's Tony Hinchcliffe!
Yo, here we are again, back home at the world famous comedy.
Vape thing. Future truth teller. Vape thing. Future truth teller. Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, returns, admits he's an asshole, and apologizes for Flint, Michigan. Vape thing. Future truth teller. Movie theaters never rebound and become infested with guys jerking each other off. Theater owners rejoice as they now have a new audience to sell popcorn to. Vape thing. Future truth teller. After spending several years in prison, former President Donald Trump sees how profitable they are and opens his own chain of Trump prisons across the Bible Belt. Vape thing. Future truth teller. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez becomes first bartender to meet with leaders in Palestine. Future truth teller. The most damaging side effect of the COVID-19 vaccine proves to be 14 feet of CVS registered tape. Future truth teller.
Austin, Texas, make some fucking noise. Hey, this is Red Band coming to you live from the world famous Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe.
Yay! I'm so happy to be here. How about you, Red
I
Man?
can't believe it. I am too.
My goodness, Christmas is right around the corner, and I couldn't be more excited. I've been a nice boy this year. I'm off the naughty list.
Oh,
I got enough coal from all the previous years to build a coal castle.
green energy, man.
That's it. Now that we live here in beautiful Texas, no, I'm kidding. We're at the Comedy Store in West Hollywood, California. And look who's here, everybody. A former Texan himself, now a resident of the great state of California. It's Ryan J. Ebel. Wow, he draws every episode. He's drawing tonight's episode. It's going to be a big one tonight.
You know, I was thinking in the future we might have to just have a zoom in for Ryan just to watch the episode.
Something.
Yeah.
We got to figure out something with Ryan, that's for sure.
Yeah, we don't want to lose that sweet, sweet angel.
No. Look at that little fucking puppy head, that fucking French bulldog. Fucking machismo. This goddamn suave king of the Nordic seas. All of the prints are available at RyanJebel.com. He draws every episode, including the tour posters. How about a big hand for Charlie from Vito's
Yeah.
Pizza, everybody. Keeping us well fed. Vito's is amazing. It's on La Cienega between Santa Monica and Melrose. Why not grab a slice? They're open during all these crazy times. Get a takeout or delivery or get it on Postmates.
We're going to have Vito's flown in.
Yep. Or maybe they'll build a location in Texas.
Who knows?
And the great Gino is here.
Yeah.
Speedweed Gino, also the CEO over at Betterbox Studios, which let us camp out there during a lot of this pandemic. And here we go. We're ready for another incredible episode of Kill Tony. But before we start, here's a little bit more about the amazing sponsors that made this episode possible for you here today. Hey, y'all. The holidays are just around the corner. Are you looking for a way to stay connected with loved ones during the holidays? Well, I'm telling you, this skylight frame that I got the other day is unbelievable. Easy to upload, tons of pictures of the family. I feel like they're there, and I don't have to argue with them. It's absolutely incredible. After I got my skylight frame, it was easy to send new photos to it all the time. It's absolutely incredible. You know about this.
Yeah, Skylight Frame is a photo frame you can update instantly by email from anywhere. You just send a photo by email, they get it on their picture frame. It's a great way to feel close to those you love, even when you're separated. It sets up effortlessly in under 60 seconds. Just plug it in, use the touch screen to connect to your wireless network, and enjoy. Sending photos to Skylight is effortless. Everyone in the family can just email them to your personal Skylight email address, and they'll pop up in seconds. Multiple people can send photos to the frame, so it's a great way to keep large networks of friends and families in touch. It has a black frame and a white mat, so it looks like a real photo frame that adds a beautiful touch to your home.
For a really special gift for the special people in your life, you've got to check out the Skylight frame. And I'm telling you, we have them. They're super cool. We have fun with it. Sometimes I'll send him pictures of me in the bathtub with a rubber ducky right to his frame. Now, as a special offer, you can get $10 off your purchase of a skylight frame when you go to skylightframe.com, enter the code TONY. That's right. To get 10% off your purchase of a skylight frame, just go to skylightframe.com and enter the code TONY. That's SKYLIGHTFRAME.com, promo code TONY. Yes, it's good to be back. I'm so excited. You guys ready to start this show or what, huh? 9 people in the room built for 600? Let's do this. Tonight's guest, one of my favorite human beings on the planet, famously the host of the Tinfoil podcast and a bunch of other incredible shows. Punch Drunk Sports, Sam Tripoli this, Sam Tripoli that. He's the first guy to ever take me out on the road, sparking the ignition to one of the most incredible youthful comedy careers ever, the career of Tony Hinchcliffe. A lot of people say this man is responsible. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the great Sam Tripoli. Here he is, everybody. Wow. What an honor. One of the funniest human beings on the planet. This is a true comedy store killer right here.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here.
The Comedy Store documentary. I was so happy to see you referenced so many times in that because you're such a powerful force. You are what I consider a true Comedy Store comic. No fear, spitting fire, changing paces, faster, slower, working the fucking crowd, killing in your time slot, no matter when it may be, no matter what they saw earlier, a relentless fucking murder.
Keep going.
I often say you're the Dexter of the Comedy Store. I've been known as saying you are the Genghis Khan of late night comedians.
Perfect. I think that's good, right?
And all the comedy careers that you've sparked, including mine. I didn't know how to go on the road until you took me there. That was for, I believe, a 5-minute spot, cold opening your shows. Me, Sarah Tiana, Steve Simone, and you.
Thank you, dude.
And Sam brought me on the first paid gig ever to Santa Barbara at the Red Velvet Room.
Yeah, dude, that was a fun gig too, dude. That
Also famously took me to open up for him at a corporate gig of 7-Eleven owners in a dining hall, a round table, a microphone connected to a podium. And when I did that show, there was only one person laughing in the back of the room filming it. It was Sam Triple. He was cracking up.
What a different time, huh?
Halfway up to Modesto for that 7-Eleven owners convention.
Christmas party for Indians.
Yeah, exactly. I asked him what the gig we were doing was. Is this like anything in particular? And he goes, "It's a convention of 7-Eleven owners, bro." And I laughed. Like, I didn't want to like ask to make sure, so I thought he was kidding. So I didn't take it seriously, and I didn't want to be annoying. You know, when you're first starting out open,
You just want a gig.
Yeah.
You don't want to piss off the guy.
But I didn't even prepare. I didn't write any jokes, like anything.
Oh, that showed.
Oh my god, no, it was horrendous. It was the best.
Yeah, man, it was good. I'm very happy you guys are adapting. It's weird to be in here. I feel like Will.i.am and I Am Legend doing comedy right now. You're like, it's like a zombie apocalypse. There's like 5 of us in here. There's people getting eaten outside, so it's a pleasure to be inside.
There's a German Shepherd walking around for some reason. We have a band on this show. Every single episode they commit to being different characters. You know about this. Super wacky. Sometimes they're milkmen. Sometimes they're out of control. Sometimes they're, postal people. Anything can happen. Let's find out what they are tonight when I introduce to you the best damn band in the land. It's the Kiltony Band, Jeremiah Watkins and Joel Jimenez. Here we go. Uh-oh. That's music I haven't heard before, I don't think. Whoa! Oh my goodness. Wow, I do believe we have bird watchers for the first time ever. A lot of people have been asking, when will the band be bird watchers? The answer has happened. I believe, my guess is that this idea for being a character started after Jeremiah found that hat. And then I guess the rest just wrote itself after that. Hello, bird watcher. What's your name?
Nathaniel Thornberry.
Nathaniel Thornberry has arrived. Welcome to the history books of Kiltony, my friend.
He watches the birds, I breathe them.
Nathaniel Thornberry. And who's this little whippersnapper behind me on the drums?
Hi, Tony. The name's Bob Henry.
Bob Henry. What's your deal, Bob?
I'm just a bird watcher. I'm president of the Aviary Society of Men.
Wow. What do you guys do at that society?
We watch this guy try to breed with birds.
There's a 13-year-old. Pet parrot. Lion jungles. On its period.
Okay, there we go. Nathaniel Thornberry and Bob Henry joining us with a great Sam Triple band on the soundboard. Ryan J. emailed Vito's Pizza. Everything's happening. So let's just start the show, shall we? Here we go. You guys ready to kick this fucking thing off, huh?
Oh, hell yeah.
Even though there's 9 people in the room, I'm going to do the cheesy thing and say you guys can do better than that. You guys ready to start this fucking show or what? All right. In that case, here's a surprise for you. We're going to flip some things around today and start with a fucking super bang. As I present to you a regular on this show that is absolutely blown fucking minds. This guy trained in the art of... Wait. Just hold on a second over there. You're really jumping the fucking gun on this, man. I mean, Jesus Christ. From the great state of New York, trained in the arts of improvisational activities over at Second City in Chicago. It is the one and the only Michael Lehrer, everybody. Here he is. Wow. He's a tank. It's a fucking tank. Wow, that's a real tank. There's a claw attached. Look at this. This is absolutely... Whoa! This is incredible. The tank is shooting at us. The accuracy, quite shocking. Whoa, there's bubbles. Whoa! Oh my goodness, there's bubbles. He's shooting out. My mind is completely blown. This is one of the most threatening forces in the history of this show.
That's the worst glory hole I've ever seen.
Michael Lehrer has arrived. His hair is hanging out of the... Whoa! Oh my goodness. Wow, I do believe we're going to watch him catch on fire here today. This is very exciting. I don't think they ran a test on these some of the devices.
Wait till the cup starts flying up.
This is absolutely incredible.
This can.
Here's as though there are there's a hand sticking out. Here he is, Michael Lair, everybody.
No, Michael. Michael couldn't be here. I'm Oscar winner Tom Hanks. I won multiple Oscars and every movie involved. So, give me a suggestion of a movie and I'll take it and show you my Oscar-winning moment.
Okay, how about Forrest Gump?
Oh, life is like a fleet of tanks. You never know what Eastern European country is gonna sell it for $500.
Wow. There you go. Wow, I love the noise that happens after you make a joke.
Hey, give me another one.
Okay, oh, you're blowing bubbles. He's excited over there. How about the hit movie, 1994 classic Goodfellas?
Oh, hey, oh, you think I'm a, you think, you think I'm a tanky guy? Oh, am I here just to shoot Mr. Dino? Oh, what am I? Oh, am I a tank? You just roll over the rail.
Wow, I remember that. I remember that very clearly from Goodfellas. Can I name another movie?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. How about the classic Gone with the Wind?
I'm in my tank. I rather have this.
It actually worked, dude. I like that. I thought you were going to say, tankly, my dear. I don't give a damn.
Oh my God, that would have been so much better. Give me a rattle them off. Let's see if I quick fire.
More movies?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's do. Sam, you got a movie you want to do?
The famous movie by Belladonna, My Butthole's Haunted.
Oh, man, I feel like I got fucked by a Russian tank.
How about Schindler's List?
Hey, every tank on this list will not be turned into scrap metal.
How about The Color Purple?
Oh, Steven Spielberg, let me free my tank.
Ghostbusters.
Good one.
What?
Ghostbusters.
I've been tanked. It's like fine, but run over by a tank.
Oh, wow. Absolutely incredible. How about Roots? Movie Roots.
My name is Tanker.
God, how about the Bird Watchers? You guys got a movie in mind?
Thank you for smoking.
If people keep driving tanks, then people are gonna die. But the tank industry is lied to us.
Oh, well done.
Bob Henry, you got a movie?
Yes, absolutely. How about Jurassic Park?
Oh, good one.
The claw is moving, but they're not much.
No. I hear
stick Cheech and Chong up in smoke.
Man, I feel like I smoked a Christmas song.
Wow. Wow. Absolutely incredible, Tank. This is really, really impressive. I can't believe that you have this wealth of history. What else have you been doing with yourself? Those party poppers aren't working the way you thought they would.
No,
I keep seeing each one individually wiggle and not ignite.
my diseased body can no longer put a string on a party popper.
I can't believe that. I thought you weren't Michael Lair. What? You're a tank with a diseased body?
I rest.
How about the movie The Sixth Sense? Bruce Willis, classic.
I see jeeps.
That's a great one, dude.
Very
That's
good.
a great one.
What else is going on, Tank?
Just, I'm happy to be a tank for the upcoming race Civil War when Trump won't leave office.
Can I get you to sort of cheat towards that camera? Can you sort of just turn? Or are you taking it?
No. Star Wars. Can I hear Star Wars?
Yeah, how about a Star Wars?
Not my trademarks.
Yes, that's exactly hilarious. I noticed you're the first tank I've ever seen that has a set of eyes drawn on it.
It's almost like a weaponized trash can.
Early in my life, I was molested by a Humvee.
Wow. Oh my goodness, the famous look at that camera in the tank is really priceless. I don't know if you can picture it, but there is look at you. All right, let me think of another movie here. I feel like there's more that I'm missing.
Ask what he does. Kill Bill.
Kill Bill, one of my favorites. Tank is laughing. Tank is laughing at us.
I'm trying to pop her. Kill Bill. I will get revenge.
Okay.
I would have accepted my name is Buck and I like them.
My name is Frank and I like the tank.
Ah!
There you go. All right. Well, what else, Tank?
Well, I'm just waiting for a pilot season.
Yeah. I want the interview to go long because I want you to get your money's worth out of all the work that you put into this project.
No, man, I'm disabled. I have no job. This is like Netflix for me.
I love it.
Can you dance for us? Can you do a little jig?
Yeah, that's a great idea, Brian. I've never seen a tank dance before, and we're about to make
Taking the
history.
microphone from me.
Here he goes. Here
Oh,
comes
shit.
the great David Deary. David Deary taking the microphone. Here comes some music. Oh, wow. Okay. Let's see what happens here. Whoa. It's doing the robot. Wow. Oh, wow. It's sponsored by the Home Depot. It's like a NASCAR, this thing. Uh-oh. Oh, he's backing that ass up. Look out. Uh-oh. What's going to happen next? Oh, my goodness. This is incredible.
He's stuck.
Yeah. Seems to be some technical difficulties going on over there. The Home Depot.
There's a flaw in the design of this tank.
Oh, there's bubbles. Bubbles. Bubbles going into the darkness. The opposite side of camera. Wait, what just happened? Something opened up down there. There's a fly. Wow. Wow. A dancing tank.
That looks like some North Korean celebration that they do in front of like the emperor.
Shaking. That may have been. Oh, he's still alive. It's all good. Yeah. There's a second there. He needs help out of it. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a big hand for the great and powerful Michael Lair, getting the show started tonight. Here he goes. I believe he's having a panic attack in there right now. Gets claustrophobic real quick. How about a big hand for the great Colette as well?
Yes.
Nurse slash girlfriend slash member of the Kill Tony family.
Give it up for Home Depot.
Hey, look, there's Michael Lair. It was him the whole time. I had a feeling it was you. Super talented. We're going to get to talk to the real man behind the tank?
Hey now. That was fun. It was well worth it. Alright.
Move up a little bit because you have a shadow on your face from that other camera.
God,
You're doing a good job. This looks great.
yeah. Wonderful.
Another hand for Michael Lair, everybody. He's here.
Alright, let's waste more time.
That was sexy hair. Look at that sexy hair.
Yeah.
Someone's got some bedhead looking there like they just
Great
boned hard.
motherfucker.
I for Catholics. In Chinese culture, that's good luck.
I also have four.
Really?
Yeah, it sucks. I hate it.
This guy.
Indeed.
I have four front legs, but it's very different things.
That was real fun. And I'm really crafty. That tank did not take me long to make.
Really?
Not to brag. 3 half days.
Damn.
That's amazing.
Now, is that 3.5 days or 3 half days?
It's about a day and a half.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just like building shit. And cardboard, you can make it.
Wow. Look at you. It's true. Cardboard is a malleable substance.
Indeed.
Some homeless guy's wondering where his house is right now.
Right? And now we're returning, and it's a weapon of mass destruction now. So he gonna be happy.
Wow.
I sell that shit at some downtown bullshit museum. For fucking 10 G's.
Goddamn right.
Fucking better than have that bullshit down there. Went to a goddamn kicking museum. Just kicks as big as a room. Fucking kicking museum.
Michael, we love you so much. Thanks for getting the show started with a bang. Michael Lair. All right. It's time to meet a stranger. Here we go. All right, we've seen this young lady on the show before, famously friends with our resident horoscope. What do they call that? A psychic. She's here. Nikki Fuchs, everybody. Here she is, Nikki Fuchs. Here we go with Nikki Fuchs. Here's Nikki Fuchs.
So, me and my dog have a lot in common. She's had 6 litters of puppies, and I've had 6 abortions. Yeah, actually, since having a dog, I've felt really empowered to walk at night. Not necessarily because of the dog, just because I'm carrying a bag of shit in my hand, right? Nobody's gonna rape you with a bag of shit in your hand. And I know somebody's like, wait a minute, what if your dog doesn't take a shit? I have spares, bitch. And then another person's like, wait a minute, what if that's their thing? Let me have my fucking moment, okay? Can I just have my goddamn rape moment? Jesus Christ. She does. She's my soulmate. She's my soulmate. She fills all of my voids. Well, most of them. She's a big black dog. She's not a big black dick. Damn.
There you go.
Okay.
Nikki Pukes with a minute. Wow. Very interesting set. I gotta ask, 6 abortions. Is that true?
That is a fucking joke.
Oh, it's a joke.
It's a super joke.
It's actually 12.
I mean, I've actually had 0 abortions, but hey, if you've had an abortion, keep exercising your right.
If you count that set, you've had 1 abortion. It's not fun being me when there's not a packed audience here.
Thanks.
But it would have been an incredible noise if this place was sold out like it used to be every Monday.
Yeah, you
with
would.
humans.
You would have killed me.
Fucking pandemic. Pandemic.
Fucking pandemic.
Oh, that's what they would have done. They liked it. The audience liked it. Here, I'll do it again. They liked it so much, I'll do it again. 0 abortions, but 1 abortion if you count that set you just did. A little bit of a late laughter there from the audience. So 0 abortions, really?
0.
Not even 1? Not even a quick
I feel like I'm not gonna get. I'm not a baby person. Like it's not in
How
my
about Plan
life.
B? You ever do Plan B?
All the time.
All the time. What happens to you when you take Plan B? You ever have any odd side effects?
So
Anything?
well, I would just get my period immediately, like right after,
Oh, interesting.
which is probably like a real abortion.
Yeah, that's a toilet abortion.
Yeah, it's like when it's like so small, it's just like you can take the pill at home.
So nobody's pulling out anymore, huh? You young kids are just blasting away and hoping and praying.
That's it.
What a wonderful time to be alive.
I mean,
Yeah.
you just made a baby. How'd you do that?
Didn't pull out.
You made 2 of them. You made.
Hey, you call me the M-word, I'm gonna blast away. That's all I gotta
That's
say.
it. That's all it takes.
I like your set. Here's my thing, man. You kind of hit all the young girl things in the set, and which is great because you're new and you kind of want to do the simple stuff. But like when you I didn't have any abortions. My biggest problem is you should be as authentic to who you are, and because the abortion joke, I like it. But it's easy. The black dick joke, it's easy. The rape joke, it's easy. And maybe at the beginning you want it to be easy, but if you start really digging into your real shit, who you are, that's what's going to get you to another level.
Like, for example, writing jokes about doing Plan B, which you actually have done and do.
I don't do it anymore. That was in college.
What was that, last week?
No, I'm fucking old as shit, dude. I'm probably old as you.
No, okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
No, you're not old Grandpa Triple.
Yeah, trust me. Dude,
You're not close to 54.
This is what they call it.
I mean, no. What?
How old are you?
33.
33.
That's young.
Yeah,
Not really.
you're the youngest person on this entire show right now.
Okay.
You little whippersnapper.
Yeah, we all just look younger than you.
You definitely look like me.
You wish.
I feel like
With my jawline, you would still be taking Plan B all the time.
Can you imagine Tony in those jeans? Yes. I would
I know, I
love
was gonna
that.
say.
I would love that. Tony, if you had those hips, I would have fucked you already.
Oh,
I know.
Those are nice hips.
Thanks, Brian.
Now, was that overstepping? I feel like we're in this weird
I don't know. Are you
place of-
married to your wife?
What?
Are you married to your wife?
Well, I think I have to be married if she's my wife, but I don't have a wife.
Okay, that's what I was wondering because you did just have twins, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that I was just trying to figure out
Wow, a lot of inside information. Questions from the guests.
I was
That's
sitting
incredible.
over here. Well,
So, Nikki, what have you been doing during this pandemic, other than cutting your own hair?
hanging out with the dog.
Hanging out with the dog? What kind of dog do you have?
She's a pit mix.
Oh, wow. Ticking time bomb.
Not really. She's actually really nice.
It's a great.
They really are.
No, they really are. They're little lovers. They get
Oh my
the
God.
fucking rappers who've ruined everything. Rappers have ruined pit bulls, guns, and weed. They made everybody hate them because they fucked them up in the music videos. Pit bulls are little lovers.
They
Shitty
are.
pit bulls, shitty owners. Loving owners, loving pit bulls.
Thank you. Yeah, she's not shitty at
Did
all.
you rescue your pit bull?
I did.
Trouble. This is trouble. This is like
She's
one of the
never
women.
been
This is
in-
like one of the women that starts writing to a guy in jail, and when he gets out, lets him live with her. That pit bull's gonna. Can you even take it to a dog park with other dogs?
I just haven't chose to yet.
You just got it.
Why?
Yeah,
Why
like,
do you think you
it's still like new. I'm just trying to learn who she is. We did meet a puppy today.
How did that go?
They loved each other.
Really?
They really did like each other. Yeah.
Yeah. How do you know that?
Because she didn't eat it.
Yeah, she let it go.
Yeah, she didn't fucking try to bite it. Like, it was fine.
When did you get the dog?
Like this summer.
What did you name it? Name her.
I didn't name her. Don't judge me for this, but her name is Nyx.
Nyx?
Yeah.
Why?
So Nyx is actually the Greek goddess of the night, and she is an all-black dog. She has a
Nyx
little bit
is
of
also something that you do not get with the new Manscaped 3.0. There's no nicks, no scratches. It is incredible. Go to manscaped.com, drop the promo code KILLTONY.
There's a 90-minute battery life.
Save 20% off your free shipping. And they have the best charging stand. Show off your mower loud and proud because this intelligently designed stand is a convenient charging dock powered by USB. Did you know that about Nyx?
Nope.
So, how old is the dog?
She is almost 6 years old.
6 years old. You're taking in a dog halfway through its life.
Yeah, man. Thank you. Like, I just wanted to help something.
You know why it was
I had the time.
surrendered? Was it because of a problem?
Bad
So
with
it was
kids.
actually, she was homeless, and then somebody rescued
Bad
her.
with kids, great with abortions. Okay, go ahead. Sorry. It wasn't worth it.
Slogan.
It wasn't worth it.
No, so somebody rescued her who had her for an entire year before they were like, all right, I have to rescue another dog now. Like, I need to get rid of this one. And I was just like, this is awful. Like, I'll take her immediately.
Yeah.
Like, you know, she's literally the sweetest dog. You would probably like her.
I love her. One in the pit, two in the
Have you ever baby birded food from your mouth into the pit bull's mouth?
No.
Have you ever baby dogged it where you poop inside the dog's butthole and it poops inside yours?
Alright.
Human centipede it?
Yes.
I'm going to go with Tony on this one. All right.
So,
Wow, that was very dismissive and I liked it.
Nikki, what else? What have you been doing to pass the time other than hanging out with that dirty...
Trying to fucking do a set on this show.
Right. Okay. How about other than that?
I've been doing some like open mics. I was trying to date in the beginning, and then I was like, not happening.
Why? Why didn't it happen?
Because dudes are real shitty out here.
Really? Like how? Why?
Most people just want to fuck you. Like, okay, example, I was walking, I would live really close to the comedy store,
Sure.
so I was like walking here, and some guy with 2 dogs stopped me while I was walking here with my earphones in to be like, hey, can I like call you sometime? And I was like, well, I'm trying to be in a relationship.
Was he black?
Yes.
And he had 2 husky dogs.
He did. Yes.
How did you know that?
Black guys take a shot at it every time. God bless them.
Wait, how do you know this guy?
Yes, I know all about that guy.
Nobody
Do you do
knows.
this a lot?
Nobody
Am
knows
I
more
not
about.
special?
Nobody knows more about being a husky. That's right.
And he ate
How the
huskies.
fuck do you know? Wait, I'm so curious now. Did you talk to him too?
No, I saw him on the way here. Yeah.
Oh, you did?
And
Yeah.
I've run into that guy
Oh,
before.
so it was so funny. He was like,
He asks Red Band for his number all the time.
because Red Band does have a fat ass.
But yeah,
Whoa.
That shit's big.
girl, you know.
I do know.
Oh yeah.
I do know.
He's got an ass.
Shit.
He's got an ass
Killing
like.
it at curves.
Red Band's got an ass like Michael
Right.
Bear's tank.
Could we do a catwalk with Red Band right now?
No. Can we do what?
A catwalk where he models.
No.
Yeah,
come on,
Red Band, shake it.
You mean a pig walk? Oh, so
Wait, you gave him your number?
No, so I wanted to tell the rest of my story, but if you're not interested.
go ahead, tell the
Okay.
story.
All right. So I was like, no, I'm like actually like looking for a relationship.
That's
so
what
I
you
don't
said to him.
It scares people away.
Stop. Don't try to fucking talk like we're
Okay.
best friends or anything
All right.
like that, Nikki. So he says, hey, can I get your number and call you sometime? And you go straight to, I mean, there's nothing else? Or are you cutting the story short? You went straight to,
So I was like,
I'm
no.
looking for a relationship.
Yeah, I was like, no, I'm actually trying to like
Jesus,
date
what
right
a fucking-
now.
What type of librarian bitch are you?
Hey, well, I mean, if you don't want it, that's a great way to get somebody to run off.
Right.
I'm looking for commitment. Are you in? Fuck. He's like, bing, 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 and he's
Right.
gone.
The Huskies just start dragging him like he's on one of those sleds. Let's go, boys!
He's got Heelys on.
He was. It did end up like that. But basically, he was just like, oh, well, I'm not trying to date. And I was like, well, I'm not trying to fuck. And I walked away.
Yeah.
Damn, look at you and your boring ass.
I know. I used to not be like that, but it's just, I'm 33. Like, I gotta have something controlled.
I love white women when they get sassy to go straight to black chick, right? And I ain't looking to fuck, you know?
Look. It works.
The haircut says you bang black guys. That's what that
true.
haircut
That's
says.
what
Well, that's what he started with.
Right.
He's like, I fucking love your hair. And I was like, okay.
Yep.
You might be going for like kind of fucking like punk rocker, but that says I love black dick. That's
I mean,
what that says.
I do. Like what do you want me to say?
R&B haircut too. And she's into blackbirds, yes.
Have you ever been with a black man?
Yeah.
She's a white chick. They have to.
Yeah. Is it part of? Is that your main type?
No. I'm an equal opportunity.
That means you bang lots of black guys.
I bling. I have had sex with a lot of different kinds of guys.
She takes a lot of Plan B.
What you say all different types of guys? Do you ever have sex with a midget?
No.
Do you ever have sex with an
I meant different colors.
amputee?
I mean, do you count like finger or toe?
Have you hooked up with a guy that lost a finger?
Yeah.
Did he lose it petting your rescue pit bull?
No, I don't have teeth in my vagina.
Whoa, I see.
Like that.
What do you think about this, Sam? Before we let it go,
I think she's doing great. I think you got a great style. I think you just got to be more original with your shit. And, you know, like, here's my whole thing. It's like, it's easy to be cookie cutter, but authentic resonates with, especially in this day and age where, like, the industry's dying. You're not going to worry about that. People want some real shit. And, like, going out there saying you got a bunch of abortions when you didn't, that's, like, easy laughs. And you'll get it, dude. You just got to put it out there, man. Positive energy into the universe, man.
and again, meanwhile, you have this wealth of Plan B possible material that you haven't even tapped into yet.
Do you cook and clean? Oh, dude, you'll have a guy in a heartbeat. You can't find a chick.
I'm 33. There is no guy.
You will find a guy.
What do you
it's
cook?
not
What's your best meal that you know how to cook?
Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah, there you go. Bam.
Wow,
You'll have 1,000 black guys
Ready
there.
to hook up right now.
Yeah, he's ready to get that.
What if she was like, well, you know, the typical grits, fried okra,
Fucking love grits.
That's what I'm
Fucking love
hoping
grits.
cream drink, sweet potato pie.
Oh, I fucking love sweet potato pie.
There goes
All
Nikki Fuchs,
Thanks,
everybody. Thank you, Nikki. Yeah. Pull another name out. I'm gonna do it quick. Make some noise for John Hanford. Here we go. Here comes another human. Another human being.
Got a cheerleader.
John Hanford. Here is John.
I saw a man die of natural causes in a Walmart scooter. I was grocery shopping beginning of the year. I thought this was going to be the biggest thing to happen. I was just walking past him. He was coming at me in the scooter, just kind of drifting, head cocked back, mouth agape, just totally passed out. I had to fucking sidestep him, and it wasn't until I doubled back about 5 minutes later, he's crashed into the end of an aisle where the mayonnaise is. Mayonnaise is all over the floor. He's surrounded by about 20 Walmart employees, one of whom's on the phone with 911, another's checking his breathing. The rest are there because they also think it's going to be the biggest shit they see all year. And it made me think, like, that man dying right there, there was stuff in the basket. That man was living the American dream. He fucking lived the modern day American dream to the fullest. That man should have a flag cap draped over his casket and buried in Arlington.
John Hanford. How's it going? How do you feel about that? Best set of your life?
Not the best, but I enjoyed it. It's better than your last one, I thought. Thank you. I thought so too.
You look better since the last time you were here. What changed about you?
I took mushrooms a couple weeks ago.
That's what did it.
Yeah, and it just gave me a lot of insights about number one, just being more in the moment and not really relying on writing out the material, just kind of feeling it out. Like you said, Sam, this pandemic has totally brought to light, like, shit's dying, shit's changing. We need authenticity. and it just gave me a new.
Jesus, this guy's running for fucking president. God.
He's gonna be the mayor of Silver Lake very soon.
God, I know. This guy looks like Edward Snowden and Edward Scissorhands.
I'll take it.
You're like Edward Norton antivirus. Edward jokes, everybody. Very rarely do I get to squeeze in a bunch of Edward jokes in a row. Remind us of you, John Hanford. What do we need to know about you?
Well, I used to work in baseball. I quit to pursue stand-up, and
From Moneyball to Funnyball.
damn straight, yeah, exactly. I mean,
You work in baseball.
so I used to be a player
He used to
development
be the
intern.
kid that would sit on the third baseline and get the foul balls and give them to people. No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, like, we could seriously be here for hours if we're really going to dig right in. But the coolest thing I did in baseball, I was a player development intern for the New York Mets in 2014 with their single A affiliate in Savannah, Georgia. It was fucking sick.
Brody, if you say baseball 3 times, baseball Beetlejuice, Brody Stevens pops up out of nowhere. Brody, how's everything going in heaven if that's where you ended up?
I take what I got.
You still take it even though that's how the afterlife works?
What time does the internet close?
Oh, wow. All right. There you go. All right. Thank you, Brody. Always depressing hearing your voice. Do you know who Brody Stevens is?
Of course.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you think it's too late to trade you for him?
Oh, I would never do that.
You wouldn't
You wouldn't
trade
do
him?
that? I
Come on,
would actually do that, but I don't want you to go and
Yes,
pull
yes,
Brody.
yes.
So that's why I said that.
If we knew some type of seance that where we could hang you and Brody comes back, we would do it. Just to
Try to
That's
do
fair,
that.
but I
Maybe
think
we should. Has that ever happened before in scientific history? Birdman, do you know about this?
Scary conversation right now.
look, I think we're in the darkest timeline where I'm here and Brody isn't, so I've just accepted that.
Love yourself, brother.
Absolutely.
So is that a real story?
Yeah, it's all true. Yeah, it happened like mid-January in Yucca Valley, California, and I mean that Walmart is just fucking magical. You always see some kind of shit going on. But
I feel like yucca is the noise that you make when you go down on a girl.
it's usually what she says back to me. She's like, ugh. Yeah, it's but yeah, like it happened.
Why would she say that to you?
Well, like if you know, because I'm a 50-50.
When you go down on a girl, do your
It's
glasses...
always 69.
Okay.
Always.
Wait,
What does
what
that
do you mean? What does that mean to you?
What does what mean to me?
It's always 69. What does
Oh,
that
yeah,
mean?
it means I'm equality all the time.
Is that true? You 69? What happens to your glasses when you're doing that? They
Oh,
just...
I don't need these. Like they're
Whoa!
They're not real. No, they're real. Like you guys are blurry, but I can.
Yeah, I do that too.
Yeah, I can still drive.
So when did you decide you wanted to look like Howard Stern? When was that?
After I got banned from his show, I interned for him 10 years ago.
Wow, you
for
really
4
did?
hours. Yeah. He did not know, but because like I had a couple interviews with SiriusXM, and like they both went really well, and then they had me back for a third, and that went well. They said we'll be in touch, and then it was Christmas and they're on vacation, but they told me like the start date and time. They're just like, look, if you do get this internship, you got to be at the McGraw-Hill building, January 3rd, 2010 at 4 a.m. So I fucking got there, and with no confirmation, I just heard, Robin one time, she was like, I like persistent interns. So I figured, all right, okay, I'll fuck the right foot. And I get there, I talk with the door guy, and he's just like, look, dude, you're not on the list. What do you want me to do? And I was like, can you just call them? So they set me up, and I was just fucking answering phones, and the production staff really liked me. Will was cool. Gary was fucking sick.
Gary Delabate.
Delabate, yeah.
How big are his teeth?
Oh, they're. I mean, you know how big they are. They're
Check out the show.
Hard mic drop for you. People listening while in bed on your
Yeah, it was not Joel.
Next up, 69ers.
Yeah, I tried to be on the show, but then 8 a.m. rolled around. Tracy Millman, the producer at the time, I was just like, hey, which one of you is John Hanford? I was like, yeah, that's me. She's like, yeah, you got to leave. You're not one of my interns. So I cowered, and I just fucking crumbled. So I got back on the Long Island Railroad.
Oh,
yeah, I didn't
like that.
I know, I didn't fucking fight for myself. So
well, there you go. What
Yeah.
a pussy. How old were you 10 years ago?
I was 19.
Wow,
Yeah.
look at that. What an opportunity that would have been for you.
But then you got Stranger Things.
looks going on here. You're doing a lot of colors. You're trying to very much like Silver Lake this shit.
What part of town do you live in?
So I live in Joshua Tree.
Oh, that's right.
Out in the desert. I used to look like Rachel Maddow when I lived in New York, and then once I shed the corporate life, I figured, we'll go full hippie Jew and
Young Bernie Sanders.
yeah, I mean, might as well be. I can't fucking dance either. So, yeah, so pretty much I decided to move to the desert. Just I can play music there and shit. I play guitar.
Have you tried to use the handshakes with any of the fellow Jews here to get some shit going?
Yeah.
No, I haven't been in LA enough.
You gotta put some change in your hand when you shake them.
Oh my God.
You gotta lose those stereotypes, man. I've been to a concentration camp. I went to fucking Dachau. You know they got a food court there?
Do you
Is
think
that a
really?
joke?
No, I'm dead serious.
Is that a joke?
It's not a joke. There's a food court at Dachau, and like 5 o'clock rolls around, they got the Dachau daiquiris for happy hour, and
Stop it.
that was a joke. But I was walking around for like 2 hours there.
That's what you should open up with.
I was thinking about it, and I was like, no, dead guy Walmart. But I figured,
Dude, should I open up with the funny thing? No, I'm going to go unfunny and try to get it going.
I love the fringe, man. But like, no, but
What did they
around the concentration?
What did they sell at the food court? What did they have
Well, they
there?
got fish and chips, and like, they're never thought I'd be able to say this, but
Overcooked?
no, the food at the concentration camp
Burnt to
not
a
half
crisp?
bad. No, it was like good.
Wow.
Yeah, it was like it was
You really
Northern
ate the
cod.
fish and chips at a concentration camp?
I grew up in Seattle. Yeah, I missed Ivers.
Can we look up those Yelp reviews, please? That's so funny, dude.
What do you
They
say?
got merch there too, but that would have been cool to get.
I would totally get a fucking concentration camp fucking t-shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
I
I survived the
TC.
summer. I survived the summer at Dachau concentration camp.
on Gilding. Sure.
My whole thing with your jokes is that you got to trim a lot of fat. You kept saying you was living the American dream, and I know you had time, but you never said what it was. Why? Why do you live the American dream?
Yeah, it was getting at the consumerism of it. There's more to that bit that I'm like, trying to work out and feel out.
There you go. Fresh off of mushrooms, though. You're being creative. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time. John
Thank you.
Hanford, everybody. There he goes.
Last time I did shrooms. Last time I did shrooms, I was so high, I fell in love with 30 Seconds from Mars.
Really?
Yeah, I was at the K-Rock Almost Acoustic Christmas, and they were, dude, I was so high, and they came out, and that band shredded. And I was like, now I get why everybody loves Gay Jesus. He looked like Gay Jesus.
Isn't that Jared Leto?
Yeah, dude, crushed. Prophets of Rage, the best live band I seen.
Who?
How high I was. Prophets of Rage, which is like Public Enemy.
Now that's awesome.
Yeah. On shrooms? Fuck yeah, dog.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian, a guy who works at the Hollywood Improv. He's been coming here, signing up for years. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is, Brandon Bricks. Here he comes. Here comes Brandon Bricks. Brandon Bricks.
Before I begin, can you guys follow me on Instagram at Diabetes the Second? You gotta watch what you post on Instagram. You gotta watch it, man. Because I had a picture on Instagram that cost me a gig. I had a picture of powdered sugar on my nose, and I know it looked like I did cocaine. And the black church told me we're not supporters of cocaine because they were gonna hire me for a gig, but they looked at my Instagram and they were like, that's cocaine. And I'm like, no, that's powdered sugar. I'm 365 pounds. I can't control my life. And they're like, no, we know cocaine when we see it. I said, oh, you know cocaine when you see it, but you can't tell me that your choir director is gay? That's up, get back to room.
Wow. 45 seconds of thunder and lightning from Brandon Bricks. How are you, man?
I'm blessed, happy to be here. Praise the Allah.
Absolutely, absolutely. There's a minute right there. So let's talk about it, Brandon. How long have you been doing stand-up?
7 years.
7 years. All of it here in Los Angeles?
I'm from here, yeah. I started here,
Wow.
yep.
Wow. You're like low blood Suge Knight.
That was original. I'm gonna give you that. That's
Thank
original.
you
That's
so
original.
much. You can have it. You can use it.
I'm
You
gonna
can
use that.
use it.
I'm gonna write down my fact.
I love that you use the inside when you buy a pair of Fila shoes as a jacket. You stitched it all together.
Man, this is the actual Fila bag. Look at that cake.
Wow! Look at that. Look at that. You just called me the N-word.
Congrats. I wish you'd call me that.
Sam
Like,
Tripoli just came.
I still want to get a boner, you know.
Two Jews and a white guy. All y'all niggas are artists.
Wait,
Who's the second Jew?
Who are the two?
Who are the Jews?
Sam, you're not Jewish. That's what you know.
No, dude.
Who do you think the other Jew is?
I'm Armenian.
No, because every time I look at you, I swear to God, I think you're Jewish.
Everybody does. I'm
So it's not just me.
Armenian. I can't tell. Are you looking at me or him? That eye's all over.
I have cancer.
That eye is looking out the fucking exit door.
I got a brain tumor, so it causes my
Oh, really, dude?
Is that true?
No, he's trying to make fun of me.
Yeah, I don't feel like a dick. I was like, how can I come up with some good brain tumor jokes?
He uses a brain tumor as an excuse for the new extra weight. 3 more pounds. Tumor's getting bigger.
Now,
365 pounds you said that you are. Is that correct? You have
actually,
a
I'm
pound for each.
450.
450? 380?
This guy.
What, seriously, you have a number for us?
380, probably. I gained over the COVID. I was in a house because I was gonna kill myself. Like,
What kind of house were you?
Oh, come on, don't
house
kill
of-
yourself.
No, man, I worked so hard to get a show at the Hollywood Improv. They finally gave it to me, you know, and then motherfucker, the Wong Kong Fu came, and then
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
So let's talk about what you were saying. You said you gained weight.
yup,
You said that you gained weight living in a house. What house was that?
the House of Pain.
What'd you go from Dave
Please
Chappelle
provide
towards
a list
B.I.G.? What
of
I
happened?
actually,
the top 10
I was
types of
originally
comedy.
380 like a year ago.
I think if
And
you're
then I
on a
was like
huge
working
audience,
out, and I
well,
was on the grind. I was on
mine
tour
would be
with Richard
first.
Lawson, and he's a great guy,
Like
great guy. So he
physical,
had me
and
vegan,
then
right? 'Cause, you know,
including their
Preacher,
things like
so I was
fun,
eating. I don't even know what kind of fucking grass I was
It
eating.
was bread, dude. It's bread. This is what people do when they hang out with vegans. They just eat a bunch of bread. You eat a bunch of bread, right?
Potatoes.
and
Yeah.
But yeah, same
Sean,
shit, same
whatever.
carbs, different shit.
But like, use
But and that's I was actually on a good road to health. I could actually run a mile without stopping.
data
But
to
then since I've been in
provide
the
like,
house,
what
man,
people think is funny
it was just
globally.
like I was just playing PlayStation. I just got the PS5, so I'm just in the house getting fat. I'm keeping it.
What do you eat when you're at home?
My wife usually cooks just like meatloaf and starch. Just
Wow,
starch.
meatloaf is a regular thing at your house?
Nigga, fuck yeah.
Man, wow, regular meatloaf. What are you in?
Meatloaf's on the table. You can have meatloaf anytime.
Hey, spit that shit, nigga.
Absolutely. You have meatloaf with ketchup on it?
Nah, barbecue. I'm allergic to ketchup.
You're allergic to ketchup? What else are you allergic to?
Just ketchup.
Isn't there ketchup in barbecue sauce?
No. No, you know what? Actually, I'm really allergic to alcohol. I can't drink like vodka. So they put vodka and ketchup. A lot of people don't know they put vodka and ketchup. They
What
put
the fuck are you talking about?
Okay, because I can eat pizza with tomato paste, but I can't eat ketchup because it has alcohol.
I've never heard that.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Come on. Why? Because you're an alcoholic or you're allergic to alcohol?
I don't know. Every time I eat it, I break out.
What, drunkenness? Fat white chicks?
Funny.
What do you mean?
I've never fucked a white chick.
What do you mean you break out?
Like I break out in the eyes of my face.
Oh, interesting.
I didn't even know black guys could get hives.
I'm not that bad. I'm medium black.
Now, just a moment ago, you
That's
said
not what a police officer would say.
You damn right about that.
never had sex with the white species before.
Never had one. Yep, never had sex with a white girl.
Why do you think that is?
Well, I love Hispanics and blacks have always been my forte.
Wow.
Racist.
Yep, my dick is.
My goodness.
Sticking up for you in the back there. She got a haircut for your people. Respect that.
Bruh.
Have you ever done anything with a white woman? Argued with one or anything?
Because I'm from LA, so most of the white women out here are not good. They're like, but when I was on New York, when I was on tour with Preacher, if I wasn't married, I would have tried it because I met some people out there.
You met some people. I like that. I met a couple people, had a couple business meetings.
His eyes straightened out when he said that.
There he is. For those of you listening, he has a very large Forrest Whitaker vibe.
He's like, Lenny, I didn't mean to cheat. I just had ketchup that night. I don't remember what happened.
He's the only guy that can look at both Joel and Camera One at the same time.
Hey man, hey, all my credits and talents shouted out to the world.
It's incredible, absolutely. This guy's got.
You're great, dude. You're a good writer. Obviously, you're on the road with Preacher. He's great. You got great writing, and it just, yeah, man, just keep going. And, you know, I mean, like, it's like maybe you need to stop playing video games and just get out and start working out a little bit.
Yeah, you're right about married. Let's be honest. When you married, you understand that it's a job in itself. So it's just hard because I have to motivate her. Because if she doesn't do it, I won't do it. And you know,
Is your wife a big lady too?
Yeah, but she's lost weight because she actually has diabetes. So I have to make sure she takes her medicine and all that. Because
shit,
yeah, she actually has it. So
right.
The nutritionist from David Lucas might help.
Yeah, look at that. David Lucas is on a great diet right now.
Because he got money.
He does?
He has money.
How does he have money?
He has money. This motherfucker be flying and doing all kinds.
His dad's like a senator.
He actually stayed in my room in Vegas when I was doing the Jimmy Kimmel Comedy Club, and this motherfucker was fucking the whole time I was.
All right. We're not gonna throw our friend.
Nigga was fucking in my
Yes, more details, please.
David can't even fit under a bus. And
Bruh, and the bitch was bigger than him.
All right, stop it right now.
Stella's got fucked up. Stella's got fucked up.
now.
Wow. I have a theory about big chicks, tighter vaginas, but that's another show.
Yeah.
You really believe that? What's more
I'll
pressure?
get into it.
More
But, yeah.
pressure. We know you can get into it. We know you can get into it. That girl's
Yeah, I do. I mean, dude, I'm from the 607. That's what we're all about, dude. Big chicks, keeping it real. I call them first-round draft pick moms. Right? I mean, dude, the skinny bitches don't put out pro athletes, dude.
Yeah, they run for the dick too.
You gotta go to fucking the county fair, fucking county jail, get yourself a big bitch. That's how you're gonna have a D1 athlete, dog.
God damn right.
Back to back, we fight crime together.
Yeah,
like
dude.
heroes.
Yeah. Tiny chicks are gonna be like, fucking save me. Big chicks are like, move out of the way so I can kick it.
I tell every woman the same thing. Listen, gunshots keep ringing. You hungry?
Now I'm saying you sell the same with everyone.
No, I just tell them, like, if anything happens, nigga, I'm running. Like, I'm not.
What does this look like? You keep saying that you used to run a mile, that you'll run. Like, I don't believe it. Can we get you running, Zach? Can you get on camera one? Can you start over there and then run? Can you run to the table that William's at and then run
Just do
there?
a lap.
Come on, can we keep the spotlight on him? All right, here we go. And go. Whoa. Damn, those knees are sore.
I'm more impressed with the stop than anything.
Really?
I'm telling you, I'm from the hood, so you already know. Stop on the dime and save your life.
Yeah, that's what we call the 5-second vote. Lord Tom's cousin, tree sap over here.
He runs a boat. Oh my goodness, absolutely incredible. What part of LA do you live in now?
I live in Heights,
Boyle Heights. Wow.
Mexico. So.
Yeah, for sure. My goodness. Well, Bricks, Brandon Bricks. It was a fun time.
Hey,
Thanks
man,
for
have
coming on.
fun being here. Thank you.
There you go.
Dude, you know what's nice?
Yeah.
Compton, Inglewood. You been out there?
Inglewood, yeah.
Dude, because they're building all those stadiums?
Dude, it's
nice.
It's all nice out here. I'm telling you, when I moved here from fucking Youngstown, Ohio, I'm like, hey, let's drive through Compton and Inglewood, all these songs that I listened to on the Tupac albums that I had back in the day. And I went there and I was shocked at how nice it was. It was completely, everybody's like, grass is cut. There's houses everywhere. In my shitty neighborhood, it's a regular thing for houses to just get arsoned down. That's when you know you're in a dangerous neighborhood, is when there's less and less houses all the time. But everything was there. Real estate for sale. Gates on the windows, but we always used to that too. Anyway, who gives a fuck? Your next comedian goes by the name. We know this guy is a wild one. Look out. Trey Peacock, everybody. Here he comes. Here we go. Uh-oh. Trey Peacock. Come on, one more time for Trey, everybody.
If you ever meet a guy with one hand, probably don't shake it, you know, because that dude uses that hand for everything. Jacking off, wiping his ass, sneezing, all of it. You meet a guy with two hands, you shake his hand, because then it's only a 50% chance that all that shit's on there. But you meet a woman with one hand, and you get down on your knee and kiss that shit like she's a princess. Because let's be honest, she's doing all the same shit, but That's the flavor you want on your lips. While you're down there kissing it, might as well throw a ring on that bitch, because that's the one lady you can be pretty sure that she won't run away with all your shit, you know? She can't carry it. I'll share the road with bikers, but they better be
There
able
she
to
is.
handle the fucking speed limit.
Hello, madam.
Wow.
Oh, perhaps not. Oh, no. Hello. How are you? Miss Aquarius, how are you, madam? I'm lovely, thank you. Are you ready?
Yeah, that's right.
Excellent. How was your movie?
It was good. It was a tearjerker. You cried. It was a tearjerker. That's all I'm gonna tell you.
All right.
It's a tearjerker. It was a good movie, but it was a tearjerker. Yeah, it was a good movie though. Cry nothing, you know. You don't look at sad movies. Don't look at it. It was, but it was a good movie though. It was a good movie at the same time.
Get it. Miss
Oh,
Aquarius, you just slid that over like a beer on a bar top, but it didn't fall.
do that stuff. What about you? What did you do today?
Oh, Miss Aquarius, I was up late. I mean, we talked in the morning, and I slept. I taught my class. I'm like at 106 straight days of that, which is good. And I submitted some press uh, releases. I got one of my YouTube accounts banned, and it wasn't anything that I did.
Oh,
It's just something that happened. I've got a lot of them, but like not unlimited, so I have to be careful. Um, it got banned for.
Where'd it go?
Thank you. It's called circumvention. Like if they ban one of your old accounts, then you're not allowed to create more accounts. But I don't really live by that. I do my own thing, and so if they ban me, I just create another one. And it's okay though. I mean, I've got the data like backed up, like on multiple streams, so it's not too big of a deal. But that always like makes me cautious. Like, are they going to ban a bunch of mine? Because sometimes they do that. So I just have to be diligent, and hopefully they don't. And
Right.
yeah. So give it to me. So we've had that, and Riser's going to be here in a little bit, and we're going to watch a movie tonight. Perhaps two movies. Really more documentaries, and I'm excited about that. And I'm going to continue to publish, and hopefully some of this stuff gets accepted. And I did have a press release that was released about 8 hours ago, and it turned out to be what I wanted. So, Miss Aquarius, I am the trailblazer of a certain kind of science, and that kind of science is called CHDI. And if you're like, what is that, Rabbi? Beautiful strike. CHDI is known as Continuous Human Data Infrastructure. So it's like where I just stream my life. But there's a scientific term for it. It's not really well known, but it's called CHDI. So that's what I do. And Miss Aquarius about to. Ooh, no doubt, no doubt. So yeah, that's cool. And we were up late last night. Whenever I'm with Riser, we're up late, just shooting the breeze and having a good time. I like him. He's a very funny person, and he's smart and he asks good questions. So whenever we're together, we end up just being up really late. All right. Right, you win, I win, I win, you win. Reload.
Reload. Real quick, cause there's one thing here. I'm gonna get it. Just give me a minute. I'm coming. Hold on. You guys can't get this one thing. I'm trying to think further ahead. I'm coming. This one thing here. Okay, here we go. All right. Let's go. Reload.
Reload. Oh, almost perfect. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful.
Thank
You're welcome.
you.
Give me this. Not good. Give me this, though. Almost.
Good. Ah, Mystic. Come on, everybody got it.
Woo.
Come on, Mystic. Okay. All right, there we go.
Nice spare. Nice spare.
Thank you. Thank you. Good job.
Thank you, man.
Alright, you got it, bro. Get this. Alright, finish it.
There we go. Give it to me. 3 in a row. Almost, but more than 100. That's a big round.
When I when you win.
You win, I win, Miss
Good
Aquarius. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling. Undefeated in friendship.
Friendship. Yay!
Yes, ma'am. Alrighty, you. Sweet dreams to you.
Okay. Sweet dreams.
Thank you,
I'll
madam.
be there, okay?
I love it.
Go back home, right? Good. Alright, love you now. Have a good one.
You too, madam.
Came down here, here it is. See, this is staying here. This song's getting a reaction.
Ow, Trey Peacock. Look at that. I mean, this is a guy that we watched start. Didn't we watch your beginning here on Kill Tony?
Yes, sir.
A few months ago in this very room, on that very spot. Am I correct?
Yep.
And then you came on again, and then again, and now this time? Or is this is your fourth time?
Yes,
and
sir.
Clearly your best time, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, it was by a lot.
Thanks.
You're welcome. I mean, we've seen this before. You've come to term in a few months. You were a premature baby, right?
Yep.
I could tell. When were you born? 7 months?
September 11th.
Wow, look at that. That's the saddest thing to ever happen on September 11th in the history of civilization. It was your birth.
Yeah. That's a tough one. I don't know.
Okay.
Probably that.
Yeah, it wasn't even a question, Trey.
Okay.
So, give us a day in the life of Trey Peacock. Where'd you drive from today? Modesto?
Well, I've been out here this weekend, but yeah, I've been Modesto.
What have you been doing here this weekend?
Trying to do comedy, hanging out with friends, you know.
Yeah, what have you and your friends been doing? Hanging around a little barrel fire?
Partying, yeah.
What kind of partying?
Barrel fire, barbecues.
Oh, barbecues, look out.
Nah, just going crazy.
Yeah, like what? Tell us about it. Give us a little glimpse into the fucking white.
Drinking beer, smoking blunts in the car, running from the cops, you know, same old shit.
You love that shit. You love tempting police officers.
Yeah, I actually just passed, I got away from court right before I came out this week. I thought they were going to book me for real, I was actually scared. But then they're like, nah, $500 and you're cool. I was like, sweet. But my license is still suspended.
How come?
I don't know, I can't figure it out.
So you drove here though on a suspended license?
No.
Jesus, dude.
The cops aren't listening to this show right now.
What up, pimp?
But that drive, everyone knows that's a dangerous drive.
Yo, dog, are you there? Yo, Zoot, are you there?
Yeah.
Are you ready to lose?
Yeah. I think I'm going to do my next stand-up set, and it's just going to be about the moon landing being fake, and it's not going to be funny at all. Just for fun.
All right.
People need to know.
All right.
Did you know the moon landing? Rabbi, are you going to be the first person on the moon?
Perhaps.
Is there any evidence that against your theory that the moon landing?
Zoot, we're gonna play.
Yeah, any credit?
Zoot, we're gonna play 9-ball 1v1 random. 9-ball random normal and no trick shot because trick shot sucks.
I'm going to win on break.
Okay, well this is your opportunity.
Am I breaking?
Yep.
No.
There you are.
Oh, you just lost the game. I don't care. Rabbi, I think Charlie XCX might be one of the greatest pop stars of all time.
No one knows who that is.
I crashed my car, I ran through a bridge. You know that song?
No one knows that song.
I crashed my car, I ran through a bridge. It's on a day when you were gone. I love it. You know that song?
No one knows that song.
Who's biggest, Taylor Swift or Sabrina Carpenter?
Taylor Swift by like 1,000.
Why?
She's been along longer.
I say Sabrina Carpenter's face more than I say Taylor Swift's face.
Alright, well. Just look at their tour. Are you serious, Zoo? Zoo, you've played this game so well. You absolutely deserve to win.
Who's bigger, Taylor
But you're
Swift
gonna
or
miss
Sharon?
this shot. Taylor Swift, dog. And I'm gonna sneak in for the win.
Who's bigger, Michael Jackson or Taylor Swift?
Michael Jackson. I'm going to the best shot.
How big is Michael Jackson?
Almost as big as I am. Dude, I need you to learn a new phrase. It's CHDI, Continuous Human Data Infrastructure. That's what I do.
Okay. But who has there been anyone bigger on earth than Michael Jackson?
Rabbi Rothschild, next question.
Was Justin Bieber close to Michael Jackson?
No.
You don't think so?
No. Justin Bieber isn't one of the top 10 acts of all time. Not even close. Justin Bieber barely is a top 100 act of all time.
Hear me out.
Okay.
But Justin Bieber was probably one of the probably the biggest teen pop star of all time.
Incorrect. Not even close. David Cassidy, dog.
I don't know who that is. What year?
The 1970s. David Cassidy had a bigger fan club than the Beatles and the Rolling Stones combined.
So my generation. I think Justin Bieber is the Michael Jackson in my generation.
Yeah, probably the closest, but not even close in comparison to what Michael Jackson did.
Like Michael Jackson's the quality of Michael Jackson's movies, music is better.
Yeah, dog.
I would watch a biopic on Justin Bieber, and I think it will happen in the next 5 years.
It won't happen in the next 5 years, but it'll happen.
Who do you think should play Justin Bieber?
This guy, he's a South Australian comedian. His name is Zoot. Though he really should play
And now
Magnus
I'm
Carlsen.
12.
Maybe he'll play both.
I'm too old to play Justin Bieber.
No, Justin Bieber's older than you are.
Yeah, but like the prime Justin Bieber, like, the most important years were his teenage years.
How do you know that?
Because that's when he blew up.
Yeah, but he could blow up
Oh,
again. He could be even bigger in the future than you even know.
but that's when he was going to P. Diddy. The whole Justin Bieber movie is going to be like a whole 45 minutes of him at a P. Diddy party. That would be lit. I would. I would have gone to those P. Diddy parties. I wouldn't have gone to the Epstein party though. I'd be like, something's a bit off here.
You know, I just kind of thought of it. It's a sick joke, but it's kind of funny. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, sure.
So, with all the news of the pizza parties of Epstein Island and such, you got to imagine that there was at least one person who was just a big fan of pizza and wanted to enjoy a slice with other pizza aficionados. And can you imagine the disappointment on that person's face when they come to learn that pizza really didn't have anything to do with what was going on that island, and that it was a bunch of nightmare fuel? Can't you imagine that they would say, all right, so I know that there's all the rape and murder of people here, but when are we going to order pizza? I think that's funny. For as sick and demented of a thing that place was.
What did
Maybe
what
there
did you
was
say?
somebody who
Pineapple?
maybe there
You
was
say
someone who
pineapple?
maybe there was
Say
someone there
pineapple.
maybe there was someone there who really wanted like
Hey,
pizza.
why do people say pineapple doesn't belong on pizza? Is that code for something?
Uh, I love pineapple on pizza, so I think people who say that they're
I think it's code for
it's not code for anything. Pineapple is code for something.
nah.
How about you
I
just
think
shut the fuck up?
pineapple is
How
code for
about you
something
shut the
really
fuck up?
disturbing.
How about you just shut
I
the
want to know what.
How about you just shut the fuck up and I'll tell you what pineapple's code for it. Are you ready?
Yeah, what?
Pineapple is code for
Yeah,
swingers.
pineapple is for swingers.
Pineapple is code for swingers.
Swingers don't belong on pizza.
No, it doesn't have to do with that. Those are two different codes. Basically, people who put upside down pineapples on their cruise ship doors or their they'll go to a uh they'll go to like Trader Joe's or some kind of like um market, and they'll put a pineapple, you know where the kids sit in that little basket? They'll put it in there upside down, and that's code that, hey, we're open to, we have like an open relationship and we're swingers. And that's code for that. It's known as the lifestyle. And so there's that. Then there's the whole pizza code, which is like child trafficking and terrible stuff. All right, Zoo, are you going to accept my invite? You have 10 seconds. 9 seconds, 8 seconds.
I didn't know that you invited.
Okay, is that
Are we
my?
really playing April?
Yeah.
Are you ready for the blind shot?
No, this is not the trick shot. This is normal.
give understand a bunch of others.
Don't do that. Just play normally. Try to win. You've lost 2 games in a row. At least. Oh,
Come
make
on,
it.
please.
Make it. Make it. That's okay. That's an easy shot.
I don't. Okay. I'm just gonna try something too. So you know what? We know lost the game, man. How do you not know who Charlie FDF is?
No one knows who that is, dog.
Do you know who? Do you know who Carly Rae Jepsen is?
Yeah, dog. That goes cute.
Same now.
Why do you keep naming Canadian pop stars?
I think she's from the UK.
No, Carly Rae Jepsen's from Canada. You know, it's interesting that does Australia have any pop stars? They had Kylie Minogue, and then like her sister, but like they don't really have any. Kylie Minogue though, oh, I used to think she was very. I mean, she's still very attractive. I used to really like her song, "Love at First
No,
Sight,"
it's not.
and
Kylie Minogue wasn't popular in the US at all.
yeah, she was for a brief period of time. That's how I know who Kylie Minogue is. She had a big
In the
song.
US?
Yeah, she had a big song called "Love at First Sight," and it is still a banger of a song.
She was big in the US? Really?
Yeah, she was as big as like Carly Rae Jepsen.
Do you know what how she got famous?
Oh, how?
She was on a TV show called Neighbours,
Oh, okay.
which is the same TV show as who else?
Uh, no one knows.
The most popular actress in the world.
Oh, that model. Look at your shots. What's that girl's name?
The most popular Australian actress.
Yeah.
Australian
Okay, I was gonna
actress.
say that. Uh, hold on. Margot Robbie.
Yeah.
I thought Margot Robbie was more a model. She was an actor as well.
She's always been an actress.
Oh, okay. Well, she was a Ford model as well, which is like a big deal.
She started off as an actress when she was like 16. She's not.
Zoot, you got 69 wins. That's pretty tight. Nice.
Like Go Fish.
Fuck Go Fish.
I bet you got Go Fish.
Zoot.
Or Dice Party. I'll have you do Dice Party. Rabbi rolls a small straight off the bat.
No, I don't. Can you count?
Just small straight. I'm going for a full house. I don't know why you didn't know. worked out for you. Alright. Rabbi, I'm winning. Oh, that's not good. That's bad for you.
Why do you think that's bad for me?
Do you think the small straight's hard to get?
No.
Yeah, that's good, Rob. Annoying. Well, come on. Controversial decision here. You might be thinking, oh, why did you play the gun? Is Rabbi going to roll?
I need a 4. And I got it.
Five straight?
Yeah, dude, that was big. You got a small straight. You need a 5. Zoot needs a 5, folks. Folks, Zoot needs a 5. Oh, he's going for 2s? It's an interesting strategy. You got a full house, everyone.
Yeah, going for the large bet is too risky. I have no chance. Left. Full house. I'd play the 3 times.
That doesn't make any sense.
Are you going to play the... So the 3. Play the 3. The 3 times.
You have 0 on the left side. Yet you still have the lead.
Twos are good. This is where I just get 5s out of 5. Just for nothing but 5s. Do I roll large bet? This is a hard decision. Are you? Rabbi, are you going? What do I need?
The 2.
the twos, you get a free. So you haven't played the twos. Oh no. Playing it 4 times here would be the biggest mistake you could make.
Oh, what a big 4 times, Zoo.
So I played it 4 times. What do I play with this? It's not letting me play the 4 times. I got a feeling someday. Rabbi?
Yeah, big dog.
I need 4.
2, 3,
And I
4,
roll
5, 6. We're tied, son.
Know what I need? Know what I need?
What do you need, Zoo?
5 4s. 5 4s 3 times in a row. Fucking hell. I haven't played 2s yet. Fucking hell.
Go for the 4. Oh, you can't. Okay, pick something. Do something. Do something.
What? I got this feeling on Sunday. Where it going?
You got 4x, dude. Oh, but you need the 2s. Even still, you're short. Zoop, choose something. Zoop, pick something, man.
It's not letting me put it down.
All right, we'll close it and reopen it. Zoop,
Say what?
go.
Go?
Go. Big 4x. No way. That's rigged. Zoop, that's rigged.
Go on, let me put it down.
Zoop, close and reopen. Why did you resign?
It's not working. Okay.
Zoot, you have an invitation.
I'm gonna wear my color. On a scale of 1 to 10, was that the worst game I ever played?
No, you're good, big dog. Zoot, turn your sound off. Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot, turn your sound off. Zoot, turn your sound off.
It is off.
I can hear your like clicking in the background.
Sounds off.
Now it is. You just helped me. You're up, Zoot.
What?
Why did you resign? Zoot, why did you resign?
Sorry. I'll come back later.
Bye.
Why? Because I think I'm about to go until like a 6,000.
Okay.
Because you get pulled over for everything on that track. They're so bored.
Yeah, it's Fresno.
Yeah.
How's your family doing? Any big happenings in the famously white trash family of Trey Peacock?
Still just building conveyors, you know.
Yeah.
Also, what is your heritage? Because Peacock is a beautiful family name.
Yeah, that is. You found a peacock here. Isn't that exciting?
Yeah.
For you? What are the odds, bird watcher?
Very enticed right now.
Wow. Goodness.
I like the way he's looking at me.
It's okay, Trey.
What?
Trey's a very paranoid guy. You do a lot of illicit drugs, am I correct, Trey?
Sure.
What's the most recent drug that you did?
We take a guess? We all guess?
No, you go ahead, because you're
Based on the, I must say there's been a little crystal meth in that party.
Right on the nose.
Wow, look at that. Right up the
Right,
nose,
up
I
the
believe
nose.
would have been a better
Yep, I
terminology.
snorted meth.
Yeah. You smoke crystal meth or you
No, I
snort it?
snorted. He said it.
Wow,
Yeah.
look at that. My goodness, when did you do crystal meth?
Maybe an hour ago.
Jeez, an hour ago?
Yeah.
Wow, this is so much fun,
You're the
Trey.
laziest meth guy I've ever seen.
Well, that's why I smoked the weed to bring me back down, you know. This shit's nerve-wracking, so I gotta, you know, balance it out.
Jesus
Christ. Like,
Dude, doing speed and stand-up is fucking insane, dude.
Yeah, we're in here.
Like, yeah, it's like I'm killing.
maybe. Does crystal meth make your head shrink?
Yeah.
It does.
Well,
That hat
that
looks
and being
massive on you. For those of you
Yeah.
listening to the podcast, the hat is almost covering his ears completely. It's a
He
baseball
looks like
hat.
a Muppet.
Yeah.
He looks like an animated character from the show Recess. So what are you doing now that the Insane Clown Posse isn't touring? What are you doing with your time?
Just more acid.
How about your life with the ladies? What's that like? You ever use that peacock for something special?
I've been trying. I'm out of a long relationship, so, like, I haven't been too lucky since then. But
What happened to the relationship?
she didn't want to marry me, apparently. Like, and apparently once she decided that, like, it doesn't matter after that. So I'm like, all
I
right.
think that was it, not the crystal meth.
That probably had a small part. I don't think she knew about it.
If you were to describe what your meth looks like, what does it look like?
Not blue, it's more like clear.
It's very interesting. Is there a reason why you're asking that, Birdman?
I want to see what meth looks like. I've never seen it before.
It just looks like cocaine. There you go.
It looks like broken windows.
It looks like shard glass.
Yeah.
There's times where people do blow, and they're like, fuck, that's crystal meth. And then the next, not a fan of glass. Just killed many of my friends.
Hold on, Trey. You were about to say something there. What were you about to say when he said crystal? A lot of people do crystal meth thinking it's cocaine. Go ahead.
Well, I just saw a bullet on the ground, and then he said that, and I was like, yeah, that sucks. Like, you're doing the wrong drug, you don't know, and then all of a sudden you're all cranked up.
Aw,
Yeah.
like a PSA right there.
Look at
I
that.
was glad I didn't. Yeah, I should have said that.
No, it's okay. You're doing a good job, buddy. You're fine. Now the weed's talking. The crystal meth had him say he's on crystal meth. Now he's getting paranoid. The weed.
You have all your teeth.
Yeah, but they're rotting away slowly. I just paint them every morning.
Wow, look at that. A little bit of fucking whiteout will do you, huh?
You should make merch with like a yin yang, but one side's weed and one side's meth. Just as balance on the back.
Yeah, hey, that's That's a good one.
How you been surviving? How do you make money? How do you pay off all these police fines?
I build conveyors so that people can get their alcohol.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right.
Did you take some time off this week? Is that how you came out here?
Yeah, basically. Yeah. My dad owns the company, so I can basically get away with, he'll let me off. He supports this shit.
Is your white trash father supportive of you?
Yeah, this is his only hope too. So
how about your white trash mother?
She's Mexican.
How about your Mexican trash mother? What did she think of you chasing your dreams?
She works in the church, so she kind of doesn't like what I say, but she tries to be supportive.
What does she do for the church?
Youth leader.
Wow.
Yeah.
Does she know you do meth and marijuana?
Yeah.
And what did she say when she found out that you were smoking meth?
That I need to talk to Jesus more.
And what did you do when you talked to Jesus?
Meth.
So you're doing heroin too?
No, fuck that shit.
Oh, okay, I'm with you, dude.
Who does that? Who does that? Well, tell us about it, Sam.
I've never done heroin.
Really?
That shit scares the fuck out of me, dude. Because you don't know what you're getting. You know what's the weirdest thing about heroin, dude? Let's say someone does heroin, they OD and die. All the heroin addicts run to that drug dealer to get that heroin. Because they're like, oh, it's that strong, I gotta try it. It's like it's crazy, right?
That's crazy. Have you done a lot of crystal meth? What's the most crystal meth you've done, and what did you do after doing it?
Jumping
Everybody, stop what you're doing. I don't care what you think you're doing, what your plans were, what you were pondering. You need to stop whatever it is you're doing because Riser's here and he has bestowed upon us his time, and we know the value of his time. It's Riser's world. We just live in it. How you living, pimp?
You want to play literati?
Oh, dog, I'll smoke you. Yeah, I'm gonna smoke you in that, and then we're gonna watch Bob Lazar S4 and Flying Saucers, and then potentially we're gonna watch the new Bob Lazar. Does that sound like a plan, Stan?
Sounds good.
Dog, I'm gonna dominate you so badly in literati that you won't know what to do with yourself.
No.
Are you better at literati than Mama Riser?
It's very strange because she plays this honeycomb game that's like you literally get a bunch of letters. Like there's like 6 or 8 letters, and there's one letter in the middle that you have to use in each word, and then you have to find all the different words. So it's very much. You'd think that it'd be a interchangeable skill. Wow, nice one.
Thanks, big dog. So you were saying that you would think she'd be good at it because she plays this game with the with the letter in the middle that you have to use.
Yeah.
But she's not.
No. And she said like the timer was throwing her off like 1 minute.
Okay, you can turn that off.
Yeah, I know. I did turn it off, and then she would still get kind of pissed off, but it was fine.
Did she ever beat you? No way. What a great word, dude. Did she ever beat you?
No. I thought she was going to be good, though, because of her honeycomb game. So she's literally every day there, sitting there, trying to make words with tiles. It's like in literati, you only make one word. Run over.
Dog, you are so loud.
I'm not even talking.
You're like,
What do you mean?
your microphone is just like.
Alright, one sec.
Go. Go.
Alright, my mic should be better now.
Are you gonna go? It's over. No time left. It's over, folks. Oh.
Tiles sucked. I didn't want to swap them.
Dude, did you see Rory McIlroy in the Masters?
No. Did he do a good job or something?
He has the largest lead, 2-day lead in Masters history. He's up by 6 strokes. He's at 12 under.
Swap?
He's at 12 under, and the next closest guy is at 6 under. He birdied 15, 16, 17, and 18. That's baller.
Oh no.
That was good. There are 3 documentaries/movies that I want to watch with you someday. One of them is just called S4. It's about Bob Lazar. It's the shitty one. I want to watch that. There's another one, actually 4. It's the Comedy Stores documentary. We should watch that. Though I think I've already seen that, but maybe it was a long time ago, or I've seen something like it. I know I've seen something like it, but there was like an official one they put out. Then there's another one that is a comedy store kind of deal. It's called Windy City Heat. Apparently, like Red Band's in it, and I think Tony Hinchcliffe, a bunch of people are in it. And then the last one is about um, how hackers back in the day used to be able to hack systems using telephones. And like,
That one sounds dope.
Yeah, it is dope. It's like back in the day when you'd have to pay for like cell phone calls, they could just go up to a payphone and type in some random number, and then get like free calls. Did I say cell phone calls? I meant toll free calls or whatever. Like just kind of shit like that. It was really interesting. And the thetamine or whatever, that fucking instrument, I was listening to people do that right before you came in. I'm gonna make that instrument famous.
Yeah, they'll be up there and then in every room.
Oh, it's baller shit, dog.
It sounds pretty like it's like ghost sounds almost. Were you listening to Rocky Angel play, or were you
No more of that, but
venturing off?
other shit. I joined the subreddit. That's why. I listened to somebody play "Time" by Pink Floyd, and it was amazing.
Like they played that on the theremin.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Damn. Man, I ordered pizza from this place today, and I had like the slowest service.
Did you tell me
It
go?
took,
Was it the same place that you walked into the last time you got a pizza where that girl flirted with you?
I got it delivered, but
I know,
probably.
but what? Okay, so maybe that girl was like, "Fuck this guy. He doesn't know what's up."
Yeah, I don't know if it was that place or not. I think probably was that place. We don't really get pizza. Oh, seriously?
Well, you're talking about it. It's on my mind.
Uh, Yaza is a word.
No, it's definitely not a word. That's not a word. It's never gonna be a word. No one thinks it's a word.
Is there any word that ends in easy, EZA?
The Reza, who is a member of the Wu-Tang Clan, but I think that's a proper noun. Um, uh, Giza, but that's a proper noun. Gaza, that's a proper noun.
And that was a Zam. This was only a 50-point word.
How many letters are remaining, if I may ask?
Is your phone not?
It doesn't tell me.
Yeah.
It used to, and then I did an update to whatever this app is. It's got this app. I did an update, doesn't show me that, and then I did another update, and every single game I play, I have to shut off the sound, even though I've shut it off like 1,000 times on all the settings. Every time I've got to turn the sound off. It's annoying.
There's 2 tiles remaining.
Thank you for the information. Dog, what's my acronym? Aside from MILF and GILF?
Human data, something, information.
Continuous human
thing.
data infrastructure. But that was really good. That was close. So good job.
Not really.
No, you were pretty close. I mean, you knew
Did you see my recent letter there? You played high and got like 20 points.
What did you play?
Another, like high.
Ode?
And played O and high. I played idle. There should be worth more than that.
Dude, you could still win. I fucked up.
Oh, what the hell? I might win now. You got 4 points. Oh, I won.
No way.
Wow.
Great job. I'm glad that I let you
Yeah,
win.
if you would have played another word or something.
I'm glad I let you win. That's all I know. All right. It is official. Do you need the link to Bob Lazar? It's called, we don't even know the name of it. Bob Lazar, Area 51, and Flying Saucers. It's called Bob Lazar, Area 51, and Flying Saucers. It's available. It's available. It's available on YouTube.
Yeah, I've got it.
I'm ready, baby.
Alright. How's that? Did you see any other interesting videos in the Fairman Reddit?
Yeah, I saw them all. They asked me to be a moderator. They were like, "Oh, Rabbi's here. Do you want to be a moderator?" And I was like, "Calm down. Keep cool, my babies." They were like, "You could be an admin." Then Reddit emailed me and they're like, "How would you like to own Reddit?" I was like, "Calm down, people."
My mic is gonna not work because I'm gonna be streaming it.
Okay, why do you think that is?
I don't know. It used to work.
Okay, let's figure it out.
I already tried to diagnose it, but it didn't work.
Okay.
I don't know what it would be.
Okay. Are you streaming? Oh, baby girl, my man from the NBA. Should come play around my way and listen to what I gotta say. Cause I really need somebody. What? Tell me I want somebody. Uh, 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 uh. Every single detail. Bob Lazar, this is the best.
Hi, I'm Bob Lazar. In December of 1988, I was hired as a senior staff physicist by a U.S. defense contractor called DG&E Special Projects. I was told that I would be working on an advanced propulsion system out in a remote area of the Nevada test site, known as Area 51. Myself and 21 other people were responsible for back engineering and technologies that originated from another civilization. Although this was a highly classified project, I was never comfortable knowing that the secret was being kept from the world. As work there progressed, I began to worry that what I knew could endanger my life. Wanting to protect myself, I decided to go public and reveal the secrets of S4. Since then, my story has been told countless times from people all over the world. No one has ever been able to show exactly what I saw with my own eyes. Until now. Rockstar Harry. I get asked a lot if I regret going forward. I have also said for years, my mind goes back and forth. If I go forward, I come to this point in my life. If I could go back in time, I do wonder what would happen if I didn't go forward and just played along and didn't take anyone out to the site and show them. I don't know how things would have turned out. I don't know if that would have been the right thing to do anyway, because it really bothered me that all this was being kept secret. There's really no way I could prove it without revealing my identity and getting myself into more trouble than I have already.
Exactly what's going on up there?
Well, there's several actually 9 flying saucers, scientists that are out there of extraterrestrial origin. They're basically being dismantled. Some are in various stages of completion, built from other parts and being test flown. Basically dismantled. I was always interested in science and particularly things that operated through huge amounts of power, high power lasers, rocket engines, jet engines, explosives, things of that sort. I started building small jet rocket engines in my league. I remember either buying this magazine or I might have been subscribed to it at the time. This was back when I was either in high school or junior high. And yeah, I saw that, jet engine on a grocery store. That was up for that. So that's why I wanted to know everything about that. Jet engine. Anyway, I became fascinated with all the power and whatnot. And, noted from the article that a guy named Eugene Bluehart lived in California not far. Time went on, years go by. I moved with my parents out to California, and I think it's just popped up again. And I went, when I looked, this was in Sardinia, California. What the heck? So, I just drove out there. And, here's this guy's shop. It's just in this little disintegrating building. Knocked on the door, and there's the guy. And we start talking, and in a short time, he saw how interested I was in explaining everything, and we became friends. And it was constantly going back and forth there, and learning a lot about how everything was supersonic aerodynamics, that worked inside not just the Earth second world. And I became more interested in that. Really became the major spark anyway of what got me into that kind of thing. A friend of mine, Jim, who worked at the same place I did, Fair Center, came in one day and said, I went to the racetrack last night. I think it was Orange County Raceway, and they had jet cars. It's just a big jet engine with wheels on it. And they were great cars. There were glasses on the back, and yeah, you gotta go. And I went there. I was probably in my early 20s. And it was out of the coolest thing ever. And I immediately, and I think that was kind of the seed that started. Looking at it one day, the hatchback really looked like a jet would fit in there. I just started taking it apart, and to her surprise, there was a jet in there in a short period of time. But she was okay with it. It kind of became a project for a while, and turned out to be pretty cool. He also said he worked as a physicist at Los Alamos National Lab, where he experimented with one of the world's largest particle beam accelerators, half-mile long behemoth capable of generating 700 billion volts. Los Alamos officials told us they had no records of a Robert ever working there. They were even mistaken or were lying. The 1982 phone book from the lab lists Lazar right there among the other scientists and technicians. A 1982 clipping from the Los Alamos newspaper profiles Lazar and his interest in jet cars. It too mentioned his employment in the lab as a physicist. We called Los Alamos again, and exasperated officials told us he still had no records of Lazar. they were coming to the U.S. from the beginning. We don't have any record of them ever being there in any capacity. So then we got the Cobra. There he is, the Cobra. That's the record. Hey, look, here he is. Yeah, we can't find what they call the receipt number. Can't find it. Sorry. And I had those elements monitor updated story about Bob being a physicist working there at that rental. Have you guys seen this? Those elements are not like you can lie about it or make pictures and get away with it. No, sorry, we don't have one. But maybe you want to verify it. So I started a course called Subscription. This is a company that is a hedge fund. They hire people or find people to fill positions, scientific and technical capabilities at places like Los Alamos. There's records of a guy named Rothschild. And they said, yes, we do. I said, can I get him? He said, yeah, if you get a signed letter from him, or we could set up the hearing for you with a letter of permission. I said, great, send it to us. Weeks go by, no response. Months go by, no response. I write it back to him. There's a stack of letters like this. There was almost a foot letter. And I asked him, you said you had the records. You said you had color. You got to make a copy of it. And I did. And eventually, it was a back and forth. Yes, we have them. No, we can't find them. No, we never have them. I knew they were. That really was a key moment for me because I knew that Los Alamos was right. And I knew that Rothschild was right. He says he was hired to work in an area called S4, which is a few miles south of Golden Lake. And S4, he says, are flying saucers, antimatter reactors, and other working examples of technology that is seemingly beyond human capability. Right? This came from somewhere else. I mean, it was bizarre as that is to believe, but I mean, it's there. I saw it. I know what the current state of the art is in physics, and it can't be done. Groom Lake, Area 51, the installation is surrounded by the Groom Mountain Range, and there's a large dry lake there. That's Groom Lake. Just south of that is S4, Papoose Dry Lake. The way it worked was they called me a random day, and they say, Mr. Lazard, of now such and such time, we need you to come out today. So I go out there, I drive out to each of these special projects, which were right in McCarran Airport at that time. I go through a little security there, and then out on the tarmac and board one of the jets. They were only used by the government for going back and forth to the hotel. My 363 is on a base now, and my 668 line is away traffic now, too. Now it's well known how people get to Groom Lake, but Janet planes are now incognito, and buses with blackout windows. But back then, when Bob first shared it with me, and we made it public, the general public had no idea how that worked. We put that out. Bob knew about it, and it was confirmed. I got to Area 51 off the plane and into the facility. There were very few people. I just went into a small building, and we had to sit down across the desk from somebody, and they had a lot of papers explaining what I was signing and what I'm expected to do, and expected not to talk about things. The next time I went out there, they had a bus, a blue bus, which was essentially a silver school bus, just painted navy blue with the windows blacked out. That I got onto and sent it to a supervisor at the time, and we drove south to another facility now known as S4. We're taking my classes out there, so I'm sitting in windows blocked out, and we drive like 15, 20 minutes down the road. Every time I got on the bus, I walked up and grabbed the front hole right by the seat and pretty much just spun around and sat there, close to the front. Dennis always sat, never sat next to me, he always sat across from me. I Back engineering is the act of taking a finished product and tearing it apart to find out what makes it tick. The goal in this program was to see if the technology of the disk could be duplicated for those materials. Dennis brought us into the lab. He said, "This is where you're going to be spending most of your time." Seeing some typical lab setup, stuff, components, everything all over the place. And one guy in there, Barry, who got up immediately and was clearly really happy to see me. It seems like he used to work with somebody else. He had a lot to say. He was excited to show me everything, to bring me up to speed. I was kind of like a little kid at that point, waiting to see this. And he displayed how the amplifier operates connected to the emitters and how things operate even though they're not connected. And yeah, he was very anxious to show me everything and anxious to make some progress too. So this is where he said, "We're focusing primarily on the power and propulsion system of crafts." And I said, "Great. What? Craft." I think he was holding off intentionally telling me anything because what he wanted me to do was to feel the gravitational field on the reactor. And so he went over, he rotated the emitter, the reactor's on, and said, "Go ahead and try and touch that." And when I pushed my hands on it, that was the biggest scientific shock I've ever had because there's nothing in the world that can do. And he said, "That's what propels the train. And that is a gravity generator. And that was the moment that I realized I took over the world." Mary indicated that what I saw there was the propulsion system in its entirety. We started with the reactor and a small hemisphere on the plate. This is apparently the power source. To the left of that on the ground was what he referred to as the amplifier. And to the left of that at 90 degrees was large, tight-looking object. He said that was the emitter. These function together to produce a gravity propulsion system. The power base frequency was created by the reactor. The amplifier, it increased its amplitude, and that was channeled into the emitter and focused a beam wherever you want to provide the propulsion. Barry shut the system off by rotating the emitter, and then he proceeded to take apart the reactor to show me it had components too. When he did that, you were able to touch the hemisphere of the reactor, remove the hemisphere, and then you can see a small tower with a tube coming off of it. That tower has half open. The cap is split off, and inside was a triangular piece of copper-colored material that had little splice marks on it. And that material turned out to be the element 115, a super heavy element yet to be discovered at the time. To start up the reactor, of course, we need some element 115. In fact, you need 223 grams, which is just under half a pound, machined into a wedge like this. And a piece of 115 this size can be utilized in steel for a period of 20 to 30 years. Element 115's melting point is 1740 degrees Celsius, and its standard oxidation state is +3. The atomic radius of 115 is 1.87 angstroms. The frequency of the carrier wave for element 115's gravity gate wave is 7.46 hertz at a 1 micron bandwidth. This is the reactor, and from what we've been able to determine, it's what powers the craft. There's many different components. First is the overall hemisphere. There's a tower with a drip tube on the side, a small cap that comes up, and inside the tower is what we think is the fuel element 115. The fuel element is placed inside the tower at the place down, and then as soon as the hemisphere makes a flat connection to the base, it will create its own gravitational field. It becomes operational. It will push your counterweight down. And the field is similar to holes in the magnet. There's some plasticity to it. You can push back on it as hard as you want, but the really important thing is it's not transferring that force to the base. Even though this would move, we would push on the field, and if you tried this, you had two magnets like poles, you pushed on one, the other one was still fighting across the field. That doesn't happen here. For X-rays, we were able to determine that there's a hollow tube that goes around the base. We assume that's something like a cyclotron, where particles are accelerated around, and there's, we want to call it a compress, is the drift tube. Comes up and interacts with power in some way to produce energy. Now this device doesn't produce any heat at all. It produces 1 degree of temperature change, no matter how much temperature is done. Turn the reactor on. All the components in the craft are connected in some way, but not physically. And you really don't know what contact is. If you take one of the emitters and you rotate it past 20 degrees, the reactor goes off. Conversely, to turn it off, rotate the emitter, the reactor shuts down. Assuming we net 3 millimeter load from the reactor, I think it's just load steps in, the emitter amplifier on power, and it turns it off. But the exact mechanism that takes place is so it again is the feel about it, and it's instant. Again, the most amazing thing is leaning into it, putting all your force on that. Nothing moves at all. And when the reactor's off, you can easily stop. That's really impressive. And we call this a gravity-propelled craft, a gravity generator. And we're calling it that because we know the effects of gravity. We know how it works. We don't know everything about it, but this produces an effect similar to gravity, so we're calling it that because we don't know of any other forces that exist like that. This could, of course, be something other than gravity, just a completely other force that we're just not familiar with, and we're just labeling it with gravity propulsion, gravity. We really don't know here how it's all going to work. But keeping that in mind, we tried to see if it's possible to shield it with different materials, right? Cardboard, plastic, metal, everything has the field. The field interacts with everything. And there's nothing really that shields it. So, again, it behaves like gravity does. Part of the fear was based on the fact that they had said I was replacing someone that was killed in the project. They were being pressed to produce some results. And I think from what I understand, they cut into an operating reactor when it detonated. It's not like it was a research project where you're really into it. It was exactly like disarming a bomb every single day. That's what it was like. Because, and once again, we had no idea what we were working with, and we were calculated with the tremendous amount of energy, tremendous amount of power in very condensed circles. The slightest wrong move could release a tremendous amount of energy. So as part of our investigation, we go through all the normal protocols. We contact the U.S. Air Force at Nellis. We ask them questions about Area 51. They will answer any. Later on, I asked them about a place called S4. That's called the Nellis Air Force Base, but there's public information. Somebody I had got to know over the years, do you have any place called S4 on the Nellis range? And the answer was yes. And in fact, they said there's more than one. I said, can you tell us what it is? Can you tell us what goes on there? No. What is real? Yes. And I asked them about Cowboy Slates. Do you have anything there? No. Absolutely nothing. Nothing. Never. Actually, got some satellite photos dribbled into the road from the river down to Papoose. Why do you build a road down there? A place that does exist, and there's nothing there. The S4 installation is built into the mountain, and the hangar doors were built on an angle commensurate with the slope of the mountain. These doors are covered with a sand-textured coating, blending with the side of the mountain and the desert floor. So here's the entrance right here. This is the area where the hangar doors are, and then this is, let's say, the side door where the mountain is here. And as of the 23rd of June 2024, the terrain here is so, let's call it beige or yellow, which was not like that because if I click on the timeline, you can go back in time because it's color. So if I go just one notch, look at the difference in color in terrain. That's the actual color. And in the 2022 version of the satellite imagery, you actually see contrast here. And if you get closer, you even see the Joshua tree and all that. But if I bring this back to look how everything just here, which is clearly intentional. But what it did is you no longer, you can actually, if I zoom out, see this beige. Look how they. Oh wow, isn't that interesting? It's super obvious, and look how incredibly, look how they identify what image. Yeah, they talked about all that. Yeah. So look at that. It's built as more. Exactly. Is that something? So now their mistake is that as we zoom into their washed out terrain around the Papoose area and around S4, their music filter that they put in there allows us to see the tracks over, which you couldn't see earlier. So now you have this incredibly clear, they were doing ever drive. And so you even have on bordering the terrain area and the actual dry lake, if you get really close, you can actually see the tracks. Yeah, we go there. Yeah. So interestingly, we see the tracks, which are literally right by S4. And then if you go to this other road which is very near S4, and here you can clearly see the tracks. Look at the point in every direction, and you can look at all the traffic. Yeah. Right? That's not one guy driving. No, that's not one guy driving. Exactly. So they're moving public out there. This is Google Earth. It's not like we're making this up. This is online. Anybody can actually go there and actually do the time lapse. If I just click here on 2022, let me do that. There you go. Yeah, it's back to normal. And now you can actually see the terrain. Now we'll go into the more interesting part where there's a series of photographs. We already have gone through this about a year ago, and there was a person who had flown into the restricted airspace out there and had a very good quality camera on board of his private plane and snapped about 800 to 900 images of Area 51, the Groom Lake facility, Papoose Mountain Range, Papoose Lake, and all that area. And it's an incredible tour. He even had the Nevada test site where there's all the craters and all the bombs that blew up. And there's this picture that is publicly available. It's been publicly available now for over 5 years. And this is a picture that was taken at about 17 miles from the Papoose Lake area where the hill is located, where you said S4 was located. Initially, the picture was utilized by hundreds of people online saying, as you can see, whatever Bob Lazar said was untrue. There's nothing there. Obviously, the picture doesn't show anything. Well, all you have to do is play with the contrast, play with the levels in the image. And if you look carefully in this version here, where the contrast has been changed, as we zoom, yeah, you can start seeing it clearly right there. Yeah, this one has the really interesting about it is that if you look carefully, so like there's, I mean, there may not use it. Yeah, so yeah, you expect this other small photos to show up. I mean, they're trying to hide it from satellite photos, but yeah, it seems to be effectively. And if you look carefully, the first one is slightly wider. Oh, that's a good point. That's the same hanger. Yes, and that's a really good point. Look at that. You can actually see it. Look at the difference between the first one and the second and the third. Yeah, I've never seen that. Yeah. So it doesn't provide any evidence that the flying saucers there were just. No, of course. Yeah, but it is incredibly interesting that the image shows pretty much exactly what you had said in 1989. And if you hadn't been there and you hadn't seen that, then you predicted something that was pretty amazing. Yeah. Well, you can say that about a lot of things. I say everything I say just has that should be the way it is. Second time I was told that the bus as it arrived at the escort facility would not make the left turn and slow down in front of the hill. And when I got out of the bus and walked around to the front, I could see a full view of where we were working. And this time I could see there was a large hangar door open in the side of the hill. Inside the hangar door was the Scorpion, the flying saucer. First thing that went through my mind is, well, this explains all of the UFO reports where we are making a secret fighter that's in the shape of a flying saucer, and that's all there is to it. We walked into the hangar, and I was instructed to walk, put my eyes forward, and just enter the door at the end of the hangar. I slid my hand along the side of the craft, got reprimanded right away for doing that. But the craft itself had a part of the hatch was removed, just the entire hatch. You could see right next to the hatch, there was a backwards American flag stuck on there. Again, that kind of cemented in my mind, well, this is an American flag. Why they put the backwards American flag on there, I'll never know. But anyway, we continued in, and I went into the lab from there. That was the first time I ever had contact with the ground. Barry was showing me how comes out of the emitter and what it can do. And he took a regular kitchen candle, lit it, and put it near the mouth of the emitter. And when he rotated the emitter, the flame stopped flickering. What's unusual about that is that the side of the stack was not moving anymore. And you can just think about it. Yeah, it's still emitting light, but it's not moving. So the photons are still moving. But again, if it's a gravity wave, the gravity dense light, it should look distorted. I should either not be able to see it, or the whole image of it gets bent or distorted. But how can the flame stop moving and it still be emitting light without any distortion? So these are some of the things that really made me think gravity or something else is investigating it today. So, and also we removed the candle and then rotated the emitter in some other direction or the same way, but it just tell there was no light at the focal point right in the air. It was just a dark image. So there's effective light, but it wasn't intended for them. It's really unusual. One time in particular, we got somewhat messed with it. We had a reactor operating, and the field that develops around this is somewhat elastic. So you can basically try and push on the hemisphere with your hand, and you can't touch it. It repels like poles of a magnet without something elastic. So to demonstrate that Barry had a golf ball, he threw it at the reactor. It didn't hit it, it rebounded off and knocked the ceiling tile loose, which we immediately panicked because we knew Guinness was coming back in, so we had to scramble to replace the ceiling tile and clean up all the little fragments of particles that were lost. I heard it a couple of times. Meet me in the big hangar. And I don't remember if it was Dennis or Barry that also referred to where the sport model was. That hangar was the big hangar. The hangar that housed the sport model was like a typical airplane hangar, with the exception of the angle doors that I mentioned before. This hangar was equipped with typical tools and extensive electronic equipment. It also had a machine with an X-ray emblem on it and an overhead crane weighted at 20,000 pounds. Equipment in this hangar was marked with a black number 41 with a white circle around it. The hangar was lit by mercury vapor lights, cone-shaped lights, and countless number of them in the ceiling. In addition to those, there were tripod halogen lights, overhead halogen lights set up, and those really provided a lot of bright light when moving close up. Those were a lot more useful than the overhead lights. I had a partial view of the 9 different discs out of this floor, but the one I'm going to describe to you now is the one in which I not only saw 2 of the 3 interior levels, but I also saw a fully functional flight. This particular disc appeared to be in excellent condition, and because of its sleek appearance, I nicknamed it the sport model. Now, previously, I had estimated the sport model to be about 15 feet high and about 40 feet wide, but since then, I've enlisted some expert help from the field of computer imaging, and together we've scaled the disc up from the size of components which I had a close look at and could accurately establish their actual size. From this analysis, I'm now presenting to you the most accurate information I can convey regarding the disc's physical structure. The sport model is 16 feet tall and 52 feet 9 inches in diameter. The exterior skin of the disc is metal with the color of unpolished stainless steel. The sport model sits on its belly, which is not energized, and not the stereotypical tripod leg that folklore usually associates with this type of craft. As you can see, the entry hatch is located on the upper half of the disc, with the disc supply a portion of the door wrapping around the center lip of the disc. The interior of the disc is divided into 3 levels. At the lower level is where the 3 gravity emitters, many of which shafts, are located. These are the integral components of the propulsion system that are used to amplify and focus the gravity waves. The reactor is located directly above the 3 gravity emitters on the center level and is in fact centered between them. The center level of the disc houses the amplifier head as well as the seat, which would be small and too low to the floor to be functional for one human being. The walls of the center level are all divided into archways. Once over time, when the disc was energized, one of the archways became transparent and you could see the area outside of it just as if the archway was a window. Then a form of writing, which was unlike any alphabetic, scientific, or mathematical symbols I've ever seen, began to appear on one side of the transparent archway. I was never given access to the upper level of the disc, so I can't enlighten you as to what all the hole-like areas are, other than that I can assure you they're not focal. Anytime I was in the big hangar, my eyes were always focused and right on the focal. There could have been fireworks going on either side of me, and I would still have been looking at it. It was that fascinating. And of course, the sport model was really focused on the skin of the craft. What looked like a machine with colors and an antenna that was divided, which is actually a waveguide temperatures from the top. It was gray examples one of them we call the insulation ring. It was a dark black color, the only thing on the outside that was different colors than the craft. Developed the insulation ring because of the craft's operation. There is a high voltage detectable on the skin of the craft, but that high voltage is not present above that ring. The upper part of the craft, above the insulation, so we call the cleaner or glass, which they're looking carefully at the openings. They were unusually dark, really dark, almost looked like holes, although there were. It was theorized that they were used to determine the craft's location in space. Each one of them looking out in space, apparently looking at star positions or whatever energy was using to locate in space. Each one looking in a different direction. And then some sort of computer in the upper level that takes that data and figures out its location. I may be completely wrong where the feedback came up with that, maybe completely wrong, but I would agree with that, just looking at it. But it has to be something that I like a lot. I walked up to the stairs that led to the entrance of the craft. I remember climbing the stairs, how excited I was to finally get to see what was inside the craft. When I got to the top of the stairs, I could clearly see where the inertia was. The hatchway was fairly small, and I put my hands on both sides of it, bent down from one side. When I did, my hand was near the reverse American flag, so I noticed the exact size was just a little more than a single span in as far as my finger stretched. And I glanced down and looked at the security guard who was staring at me, and he just kind of gave me a smile and proceeded into the craft. I was shocked at how large the inside of the craft was. Everything was the same color, the same texture, and all appeared to be the same material. Virtually everything had a radial curvature to it. Everything looked like it was molded together, with the exception of the reactor. Even though there were 2 tripod lights set up inside the craft, it was still very dark. I've often described the interior of the craft as being a very odd world. I got to look inside and it had really small chairs, and I think that was the first confirmation I had that was such a shocking thing, because every time before that I was able to call a little event that it was a scientific form and we were keeping it secret, and yeah, we could afford to take this $500,000, we could have adapted these to make it fly, but why did it have a little furniture inside, such a little piece of nothing? And things began to click together just awful fast. I was in there with my lab partner Barry, and there was also another team working over on the craft. While going over the reactor placement, Barry drew my attention to the archways that all surrounded the interior of the craft, explaining they were hollow and actually waveguides. Waveguide, which terminates the symbol at the top, the channel extends and retracts, and that sits on the top of the reactor, which essentially channels the gravity wave up through and into the superstructure around the craft. While we were working close to the reactor, I got a really good look at the 3 seats, or what we assumed to be seats, that were far too small to be usable by an adult human. And if you look at the seat placement, one of them, the waveguide in the reactor, is directly in front of the seat. Why would you ever do that? I mean, either the guy that sits in that seat is on the reactor box, and he just sits there and thinks directly to run things, but it doesn't make any, and that's the only one that faces directly at the panel that was being stretched back. While we were working on the reactor, I saw one of the archways become completely transparent, so I could see outside the craft. This immediately caught my attention, and as I focused on it, as that archway started to take place, and black symbols began to appear on that blue portion I've never really seen symbols like that before. My closest analogy to it is pre-Korean writing. The symbols themselves were not completely static. They were slowly filtering back to create. While that archway had my attention, my last partner, Barry, whispered my name to me to get my attention back to where it belonged. I was in the front, and I was kneeling down by the reactor and looked up at the screen. Barry just said, you know, like, what are you doing? That's not it. Look down here, which is what broke my attention. But yeah, and but when my fun was when he said it, he just meant literally. It's like you're in a library, so there's no loud talk saying, "Hey, Bill, get me," you know. I don't know the reason behind it, but I can see that the craft has been working for probably 12 months. One of the amplifiers has been cut out. There was a loud amplifier. Other teams were working on the skin of the craft, and there were lights, extension cords, and other equipment that were all over the inside of the craft. Just like one amplifier has been he said they have really been sure. You had to be 100% confident that you were doing the operation. It's a blank very over and it's a higher amplifier in the craft. Look, once you remove that out, the craft can't operate in delta mode, which makes you wonder if they did that intentionally to exclude operating that's the equivalent of clipping a bird's wing, keeping it, so it can't fly away anymore. Someone, and probably certainly more than one person, a group of people agreed that let's go take that out, and they had a damn good reason to do it. But they must have been absolutely convinced they knew what was going on. We moved it into the lab, and they were still able to operate the craft. So that was clearly a lot of story. At one point, Barry instructed me to go behind the table and pointed toward a small honeycomb hatchway flush with the door. We both crawled over to the hatchway, and Barry showed me where to put my finger and pull backwards, and the room had to collapse, leaving an opening in the floor big enough to bury, squeeze through, and look down into the lower level. I was able to get the upper part of my body into the hatchway and got a good view of the three emitters hanging below. The lower level was very dark. There was just enough light coming in under the entrance hatchway to see the emitters and the lower part of the craft. The emitters were the only things that were visible underneath the glass. The bottoms of them were hollow, and you could see two copper tube things inside them. They were about 5-inch diameter tubes, maybe 3 inches or so, just like the waveguide that extends down onto the reactor. When all three of the amplifiers were being used to travel, they're in a delta configuration. And when only one is being used to travel, it's an Omicron configuration. Because as far as propulsion, the craft operates in two different modes. Called Omicron and Delta. Omicron is mode 1 and Delta is mode 2 for the how many amplifiers and emitters are being used. In Omicron configuration, the craft lifts off the ground using one amplifier and one emitter. The other two emitters will swing all the way up to 180 views out the side of the craft. And what that does is cause distortion of space and kind of forces the craft to fall into that distortion. Kind of the opposite of the way how an aircraft runs. Instead of going materially out the back, this causes some sort of distortion in front of it where it's automatic. The other mode operation, Delta configuration, is really used when the craft is outside the atmosphere, so it's staying in free space. In that mode, the craft rotates on its side, does a belly roll, and faces the bottom of the craft towards the destination, with 3 emitters in the bottom of the craft focused on the destination. They're brought up to power when the craft travels jump. Now, the amplifiers don't operate in a continuous fashion. They pulse. They produce a pulse of energy, and then requires a recycle time. It's somewhere around 10 milliseconds or something like that. But then they essentially fire again and make another jump. So you drive into a vicious situation. The craft will make several jumps. It's never just one long jump across the galaxy or something like that. It's just a series of jumps like that. When it arrives to where it is, it'll get close to the destination, switch over to Ultron mode, and set down its booster on the face of the moon. As I went through the proposals for the project called Guinness, which dealt with any weapon potential with spacecraft. It was with weapons applications, and I knew a little bit more about that because the gravity amplifiers for fusion I mean, to narrow the beam of something that appears to be like a particle, it seemed to be, accelerated particle they could melt in place to prevent it from dispersing by the gravity amplifier direct action. Fuzzy looking glass had to do with fusing the gravity amplifiers with the source ion. This is implying that they were trying to make a time machine, but they were trying to create time differential. So there was a millisecond or a fraction of a second. But it had to do just with that sort of distorting time. Now, I mean, we weren't 100% sure that was even gravity we were dealing with. Anyway, it doesn't work like that. Attempting to see the second distortion level. The information for the overview of Project Alpha was accurate. Our ready overview and later witness evidence confirmed this to be accurate. In this reliable installment of the project, we have seen evidence that these overviews were accurate. Like the amplifier sources, it may include the reports of some of the rules and pictures on the art. The hangars are all connected together by a large bay door between each one. And there were 9 total. So you had each one being different. I was in the lab with Barry, and Dennis came in and said, "Set the test flag on it, guys." We left the lab with the side door, which leads to the red door into the large hangar. Now on the door, all the doors between the hangars were open, and I looked down and I saw how big the installation was, and that there were other craft in those other hangars. I couldn't see very far because they weren't well lit, but it didn't go on for quite a ways. In the hangar adjacent to the port bay was some other craft. Some fans are referred to as jorables, or the fun cake. It looks like a fun cake molded out of folding aluminum. It appears to be made of the same material as the street model, same color, same sheen. I couldn't see much going on with it. Again, this is just a single blind. The other craft looked like a top-hat with a straw hat, with a large brim on it. This one, same color, same sheen, apparently the same material, also slightly smaller than both before. But this one was laying flat on the ground with a really small. And what was interesting about this one, it had a hole in the side of the brim, what we call it, as if it was shot from underneath with a projectile, because you can see some of the metal jet out of it. The craft was already outside of the hangar. There were some researchers and some other security personnel standing at the opening to the hangar. Everybody was looking at the craft. There was what appeared to be a VHF radio, because what caught my attention was they were in communication with some of the craft. And they were using their conventional VHF radio radio signals through the gravitational field. We expect light around us if only radio electricity gathered to a topic to it. So I was really perplexed by that. And it just focused on that. I looked at the graph and the opposite symbol. Then it instructed me to go out. I stopped, looked at the graph. I was sitting in there again. We left off the ground silently. His discharge completely was purple glow at the bottom. Dissipated as it developed. Once it was sitting in the air, Dennis instructed me to go further. And I went out. I didn't look up. I was just moving forward and then looked up on the graph. I looked back at Dennis. And he motioned me to come back. When I started walking back, I saw his hand go up. And he indicated for me to look up. And I looked up. And the craft wasn't there. And I looked over at Dennis. And he motioned for me to go back. And I looked. And as I moved forward, the craft comes into view. So you could actually see the photons bending around the gravitational envelope of the craft. You can see the sky above the craft bending. And as you walk by, it comes into view. And then it really leaves an impression. The hope was that even something small and insignificant, but something small that we can grasp, really understood as opposed to a big, complicated, entire propulsion system. But if you can find a simple piece that understood exactly how that works and how there's science to it, that would be the piece. The rest would all fall down like dominoes. It's like, I had this understanding of transistors, and then, what is this? Like integrated circuit, and now there's ray of beams, memory, computer. It's done. So we were hoping for that chain reaction. Maybe it had. But, when I was there, it was just, focused on that. Right, they had a poster, and it looked like a commercial poster, like it was a lithograph, and you could buy it at a Kmart or something, but they were all over the place, and it had the disc that I coined the term the sport model, was lifted off the ground about 3 feet at Area 4 on the dry lake there, and the caption on the bottom said they're here. Looks like a commercially printed poster with the sport model above the desert floor that says they're here. I can't fathom why they did that, or where they did it, but it was there. Somebody made it there. I even went through it and stopped and walked back and looked at it and felt it, and it was just a poster. Just to this day, I can't imagine why they did that. But I wish I had one. This technology that you've learned about thus far was brought here by some alien beings from the Zeta Reticuli 1 and 2 star system. Zeta Reticuli is a binary star system, which means it has 2 stars and is located approximately 38 light years from Earth. These beings are from Reticuli 4, which is the 4th planet out from Zeta Reticuli. This is the way star systems are referred to in these reports. They simply designate the name of the star and then number the planets from the nearest to the furthest from the star. Our star, the Sun, was designated as Sol, and the Earth was referred to as Sol 3, because of the 3rd planet out from the Sun. These beings said that man was the product of externally corrected evolution. They said that man, as a species, had been genetically altered 65 times. They referred to humans as containers, yet I don't know what word containers are. These beings said that they had been visiting Earth for a long time and presented photographic evidence which they contended was over 10,000 years old. There was an exchange of hardware and information sent to Nevada until 1979, at which time there was a conflict which brought the program to an abrupt halt. The beings left, but we were to return at a 1623 date, and I don't know what that date is. With the remaining hardware and information, the U.S. government started the back engineering program. What's the top read that he was released species with you, but too much play. Yeah, it is a certain extent deep friendly. I don't talk on it. The main reason is think of it as a brain cell. They'll intentionally inject ridiculous things in there. Anything ever gets out, exactly what the transaction. There were references it being silent or whatever, and some entities that were related to the crowd, but they always refer to it as kids. In the documentation, you saw some pictures of the creature, an autopsy of some kind. Yeah, I did. If you want to call some sort of autopsy report, autopsy report, yeah, it had to do with a photograph of head drawing of the creature with chest cut open in a two fashion, skin peeled back, and there appeared to be one large organ as opposed to a bunch of technology with it. I believe I said it was one, as if all the organs in our body just fused together and operated with one unit. That's what it looked like, and that's what it's referred to. The beings themselves are 3 to 4 feet tall and weigh 25 to 50 pounds. Their bodies would most closely resemble a human toddler's torso if the child was emaciated from hunger. They have grayish skin with large heads with almond-shaped wraparound eyes. They have very slight nose, mouth, and ear positions and are essentially hairless. I believe I was leaving the hangar and walked up and glanced through the window of one of the other doors as I was speeding down the hallway. And what I saw was 2 technicians or scientists looking down and had either one of the seats or a model of one of the seats with what I thought was a doll, like a small creature or something like that, something that would be designed to fit. And I think they were just sizing up what kind of creature would sit in a seat that size. From what I understood, there were Russians working there right before I got there on the project. And apparently there was some big discovery. I don't know what it had to do with or what project it had to do with, but it was a big deal. As soon as I found that out, we stopped the Russians from working on it. Get that site, but it was cooperation with them. So it came from them, not me. Obviously, Russians must have had other ET information, some technology, maybe the metabolism, maybe they had some other scraps and parts. There's something that we wanted where we go to the common and even not just the information, the psyche. So there had to be a good reason. Dennis instructed me one day that I'd be taking a piece of LM-115 to Los Alamos National Lab in New Mexico. I left on one of their planes from the test site, and while on the plane, I was looking through the documentation, and that's where I noticed that they had a code name for it. It was LA-1000, and it was classified as a new armor material. And that's all that the people of Los Alamos were supposed to know. They were just machining an armor material. I had to remain there